Welcome to this course where you will learn about using generative AI for data science. Imagine a world where data scientists can generate realistic images to augment scarce data sets, craft personalized reports with compelling narratives, or even synthesize vast amounts of training data to accelerate the development of robust AI models. This ability is the transformative potential that generative AI brings to the table. Its ability to generate diverse content across modalities, including images, text, code, and music, promises to revolutionize data science workflows.
If you're a data scientist, data analyst, or a data engineer and want to ride the generative AI wave, ensuring the ethical deployment of AI technologies while unlocking innovative solutions across diverse domains, this course is for you.
This is the third course in the Generative AI for Data Scientists program and caters to anyone aspiring to venture beyond the realm of extracting insights from existing data and into the realm of creating new data to overcome the challenges of data scarcity and bias.
This 3-module course welcomes any data scientist inclined to learn about generative AI. This course does not require any prior degree. However, having a basic knowledge of data science, prompt engineering, Python programming, and generative AI would be beneficial.
In the first module, you will learn about the different generative AI tools available for data science and the applications of generative AI for data professionals from various industries. You will also learn about the use of generative AI for data preparation and database querying. In the next module, you'll learn how to draw insights from a data set using different generative AI tools and use generative AI for data visualization. You'll also learn how to use generative AI to develop efficient prediction models and understand the considerations and challenges data scientists face while using generative AI. In the final module, you'll do a final project and gather the key takeaways from the course. You'll also appear for the final assessment of this course. So there's a lot to cover here. To get the most out of this course, view each video, read through all of the articles, complete all hands-on activities, and check your learning with each quiz. If you need help, please reach out to your peers or the course staff on the course discussion forums. We're thrilled to have you join us on this learning journey. Let's get started. Good luck! Welcome to Generative AI and Data Science. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe generative AI and explain how data scientists use generative AI in data science. Generative AI is a subset of artificial intelligence that focuses on producing new data rather than just analyzing existing data. It allows machines to create content including images, music, language, computer code, and more, mimicking creations by people. How does generative AI operate, though?
Deep learning models like generative adversarial networks, or GANs, and variational autoencoders, VAEs, are at the foundation of this technique.
These models create new instances that replicate the underlying distributions of the original data by learning patterns from enormous volumes of data. Generative AI has found diverse applications across various industries. Let's look at some fascinating examples. Natural language processing like OpenAI's GPT-3 can generate human-like text, revolutionizing content creation and chatbots. In healthcare, generative AI can synthesize medical images, aiding in the training of medical professionals. Generative AI can create unique and visually stunning artworks, generating endless creative visual compositions. Game developers use generative AI to generate realistic environments, characters, and game levels. Generative AI assists in fashion by designing new styles and creating personalized shopping recommendations. Now, let's discuss how data scientists use generative AI. Training and testing a model takes a lot of data. Sometimes, the data you want to study doesn't have enough observations to build a model. Interest in synthetic data as a tool for analysis and model creation has increased due to the recent developments in generative AI. Data scientists can augment their data sets using generative AI to create synthetic data. It creates this data with similar properties as the real data, such as its distribution, clustering, and many other factors the AI learned about the real data set. Data scientists can then use the synthetic data along with real data for model training and testing. Data scientists, researchers, and analysts frequently find themselves confined by time when examining data patterns and insights. Due to this restriction, they can only conceive, develop, and evaluate a small number of hypotheses, leaving many other possibilities untested. With generative AI, Data scientists can leverage generative AI to generate and test software code for constructing analytic models. Coding automation has the potential to revolutionize the field of analytics, allowing the data scientist to focus on higher-level tasks, such as identifying and clarifying the problem the models intend to solve, and evaluating hypotheses from a wider range of data sources. Generative AI can generate accurate business insights and comprehensive reports, making it possible to update these insights as the data evolves. Furthermore, it can autonomously explore data to uncover hidden patterns and insights that might go unnoticed during manual analysis and enhance decision-making. For instance, IBM's Cognos Analytics, which provides AI-powered automation, enables you to unlock the full potential of your data with the help of its natural language AI assistant. You describe the question you're looking to answer or the hypothesis you want to test, and it helps generate the insights you need. In this video, you learned that generative AI, a subset of artificial intelligence, focuses on producing new data rather than analyzing existing data. Generative AI augments data science efforts, enabling deeper insights, addressing data limitations, and improving the overall quality of data-driven outcomes. Welcome to Generative AI's Impact Across Industries. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the impact of generative AI across industries, list the impact of generative AI on healthcare, finance, retail, manufacturing, media, and entertainment, education, and transportation industries. Generative AI is an impactful branch of artificial intelligence that has revolutionized the field of data science by opening up new ways to generate new data, insights, and solutions. Using deep learning algorithms, data scientists train generative AI models to create new data statistically similar to the original. This data provides valuable insights and helps tackle complex problems across various industries. Let us now look at the impact of generative AI on specific industries, such as healthcare, finance, retail, manufacturing, media and entertainment, education, and transportation. Generative AI models have significant impact on the healthcare industry, as they can help discover new drugs, analyze medical images, and personalize treatment plans. By analyzing the molecular structure of known medications and their impact on biological targets, generative AI models can predict new drug candidates with the required properties in a much shorter time. Generative AI models can also analyze medical images such as X-rays, MRIs, and CT scans to detect possible abnormalities and help with earlier detection of diseases. Furthermore, these models can predict the risk of developing certain diseases in individuals by analyzing their lifestyle factors, medical history, and genetic information to improve the effectiveness of treatment and reduce adverse drug reactions. The financial industry is embracing generative AI models to manage risks, detect fraud, and create better investment strategies. Generative AI models can analyze market trends, historical data, and economic indicators. They can also simulate various financial scenarios, such as market crashes or economic downturns, to assess potential risks and develop strategies to minimize losses. Generative AI models can also flag potentially fraudulent activities by analyzing transaction patterns and identifying anomalies to prevent losses due to fraud. In addition, these models can analyze financial data and investment patterns to help financial advisors recommend personalized and profitable investment portfolios for their clients. The retail industry utilizes generative AI models to enhance customer experience, develop products, and optimize the supply chain. Generative AI models can analyze customer behavior, purchase patterns, and feedback to personalize product recommendations, marketing campaigns, and customer service interactions. Generative AI models can also identify popular features and styles to help product designers create products that resonate with the target audience. Furthermore, generative AI can predict demand patterns and identify potential disruptions. This ability can help retailers create effective inventory management strategies. The manufacturing industry is leveraging generative AI models to optimize production processes, improve product design, and enhance quality control. Generative AI can simulate various production scenarios and identify bottlenecks to help manufacturers increase production efficiency, reduce waste, and minimize downtime. These models can help design functional and cost-effective products by analyzing engineering data, material properties, and manufacturing constraints. Additionally, these models can help manufacturers enhance quality control measures by analyzing product data, identifying defects, and predicting potential failures. The media and entertainment industry is embracing generative AI models to create new forms of content, personalize user experiences, and enhance creative workflows. These models can generate realistic images, videos, and music that the entertainment industry can use in television shows, movies, and video games. These models can also analyze user preferences, viewing history, and demographic data to recommend personalized content, tailor advertisements, and create customized user interfaces. Furthermore, these models can assist writers, artists, and musicians in developing new ideas, generating creative variations, and exploring uncharted territories in their respective fields to create original and engaging content for their audiences. The education sector is using generative AI models to personalize learning experiences, provide real-time feedback, and create adaptive learning materials. These generative AI models can analyze student data such as test scores, learning styles, and individual needs to create tailored learning plans, recommended appropriate resources, and provide personalized feedback. These models can also assess student comprehension, identify areas of difficulty, and provide real-time feedback to help students identify their strengths and weaknesses. In addition, these models can create customized learning materials that adapt to individual learning speeds to help educators develop adaptive learning materials for their students. The transportation industry is exploring the potential of generative AI models to improve traffic flow, optimize transportation systems, and enhance safety. These generative AI models can predict traffic patterns based on historical data, real-time traffic sensors, and weather forecasts. The models can help optimize traffic signals, adjust speed limits, and reroute traffic to reduce congestion. These models can also analyze transportation networks, including public transit systems, road infrastructure, and logistics networks, to identify potential bottlenecks and suggest improvements. Furthermore, these models can analyze accident data and identify patterns and risk factors to help reduce the number of accidents and improve overall safety in the transportation sector. In this video, you learned that generative AI can tackle complex problems across various industries. The healthcare industry uses generative AI models to discover drugs, diagnose diseases, and personalize treatment plans. The financial industry uses these models to manage risks, detect fraud, and create better investment strategies. The retail industry utilizes generative AI models to enhance customer experience, develop products, and optimize the supply chain. The manufacturing industry leverages these models to optimize production processes, improve product design, and enhance quality control. The media and entertainment industry embraces these models to create new content, personalize user experiences, and enhance creative workflows. The education sector uses generative AI models to personalize learning experiences, provide real-time feedback, and create adaptive learning materials. The transportation industry is exploring these models to improve traffic flow, optimize transportation systems, and enhance safety.
Welcome to Leveraging Generative AI in Data Science Lifecycle. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the 5 phases of the data science lifecycle, discuss how generative AI provides innovative tools to improve every process phase. The data science lifecycle is a structured approach to delivering knowledge and insights from data. It's a series of interconnected phases that transform raw data into actionable insights. Generative AI is a branch of artificial intelligence that generates new data. It is proven to be a transformative force in the data science lifecycle. Generative AI provides data scientists with powerful tools to analyze data, uncover hidden insights, and develop innovative solutions. The data science lifecycle comprises 5 phases. The 5 phases are problem definition and business understanding, data acquisition and preparation, model development and training, model evaluation and refinement, and model deployment and monitoring. Generative AI has revolutionized the data science lifecycle, providing data scientists with innovative tools to improve every process phase. The problem definition and business understanding phase involves clearly defining the problem and understanding the business context of the data. In this phase, generative AI can help generate new ideas and solutions by mimicking existing product descriptions, marketing campaigns, or successful solutions in other industries. It can also generate synthetic customer profiles to understand diverse needs and preferences, informing product development and targeted marketing strategies. Additionally, generative AI can simulate economic conditions, competitor actions, and market trends to assess opportunities and potential risks before investing in data gathering or model development. For example, a pharmaceutical company uses generative AI to analyze synthetic patient profiles and generate potential drug targets for rare diseases. The data acquisition and preparation phase includes gathering accurate and consistent data from various sources and running pre-processing steps for preparing data for modeling and analysis. In this phase, generative AI can fill in missing values in data sets to improve data quality and model training accuracy. It can augment data by generating synthetic data points to balance skewed data sets, expand training sets, and improve model generalizability to unseen scenarios. Generative AI can also detect anomalies by training generative models on standard data patterns to identify outliers and potential security threats in real-time data streams. For example, a manufacturing company uses generative AI to fill in missing sensor data on production lines for predictive maintenance and anomaly detection. The model development and training phase includes selecting and training appropriate machine learning algorithms to generate insights and patterns from the data. In this phase, generative AI can perform feature engineering by generating diverse and representative features to address feature scarcity and improve model performance. Data scientists can use generative models to explore many hyperparameter combinations and accelerate model optimization efficiently. Generative AI can also generate textual explanations or visual representations of complex model predictions, improving interpretability and trust in AI-driven decisions. For example, a financial institution uses generative AI to explore different feature combinations and optimize a fraud detection model with higher accuracy and explainability. The model evaluation and refinement phase involves evaluating the performance of the trained models to identify areas for improvement and ensure their generalization ability. Generative AI can generate adversarial or edge cases to test the model's robustness against malicious attacks or unusual scenarios. It can train a generative model to mimic model uncertainty, highlighting cases where predictions are unreliable and require further scrutiny. Generative AI can also perform counterfactual reasoning. It can generate what-if scenarios by modeling existing data points to assess the impact of different variables on model predictions and refine decision-making strategies. For example, a self-driving car company uses generative AI to test its models against extreme weather conditions and assess potential risks before real-world deployment. The model deployment and monitoring phase includes integrating the trained models into real-world applications or systems and continuously monitoring their performance. In this phase, data scientists can continuously monitor real-time data with a generative AI model trained on the initial training data to detect data drift and trigger model retraining when necessary. Generative AI can provide personalized experiences by generating dynamic content or recommendations tailored to individual user preferences or contexts, enriching user experience and engagement. Generative AI can also perform A/B testing by generating variations of marketing campaigns or product features and testing them on small subgroups of users before wider rollout, optimizing performance based on real-time feedback. For example, a streaming service uses generative AI to recommend personalized content to each user based on their unique viewing histories and preferences. In this video, you learned that the data science lifecycle comprises of 5 phases, which are problem definition and business understanding, data acquisition and preparation, model development and training, model evaluation and refinement, and model deployment and monitoring. In the problem definition and business understanding phase, generative AI can help in idea generation, customer segmentation, and simulation scenarios. In the data acquisition and preparation phase, generative AI can help in missing data imputation, augmentation, and detecting anomalies. In the model development and training phase, generative AI can perform feature engineering, explore AutoML hyperparameter tuning, and improve interpretability. In the model evaluation and refinement phase, generative AI can perform stress testing, estimate uncertainty, and assess the impact of different variables on model predictions. In the model deployment and monitoring phase, generative AI can detect data drift, personalize experiences, and perform A/B testing.
Welcome to Types of Generative AI Models. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the 4 common types of generative AI models, discuss their strengths and applications in data science. Generative AI models represent a fascinating domain within the field of machine learning. Data scientists can use these models to create new content, whether text, images, audio, or other data types. Let's look at the 4 common generative AI models in terms of their strengths and applications in data science. You will also see examples of how data professionals use each model in the real world. Among the diverse array of generative AI models, some prominent types include generative adversarial networks, GANs, variational autoencoders, VAEs, autoregressive models, and flow-based models. GANs are renowned for their ability to imitate and transcend reality. They consist of 2 neural networks. First is the generator, which produces increasingly realistic data, while the second is the discriminator, which distinguishes between real and fake samples. This process drives the generator to refine its outputs, creating remarkably authentic data. One of the key strengths of GAN's unparalleled realism and diversity in generated data, which is often indistinguishable from genuine counterparts. Also, GANs show versatility in generating complex data across multiple modalities, including images, videos, and music. GANs find applications across a spectrum of domains. These models are good at generating new images, editing existing ones, and enhancing image quality. They're also good at generating music, including composing original music and personalizing playlists. GANs can generate text, produce creative content, translate languages, and summarize text and augment data, which includes expanding limited data sets for training other machine learning models. A notable example of a GAN architecture is StyleGAN, which is specifically designed for high-fidelity images of faces with diverse styles and attributes. Variational autoencoders, or VAEs, discover the underlying pattern that govern data organization. They encode data into a latent representation and capture the essential characteristics of the original data. This latent representation serves as the foundation for generating new data samples, preserving the inherent structure of the original data. VAEs possess several strengths that contribute to their effectiveness in various machine learning applications. These models can uncover the underlying structure of data, enabling the generation of new samples that adhere to inherent patterns. These models are very efficient and scalable, making them suitable for handling large data sets. VAEs are good at anomaly detection, as they can identify outliers and unexpected patterns. These models can compress the size of the data sets without compromising on information content. VAEs can also perform collaborative filtering, recommending products, movies, or music based on user preferences. Additionally, they can transform the style of one image into another. The foremost example of VAEs is Vegan, a hybrid model combining VAEs and GANs. It can generate high-quality and diverse images of faces. Autoregressive models are sequential data champions. These models excel in handling sequential data, such as text and time series, by generating data one element at a time. They predict the next element based on the previously generated elements, enabling the creation of coherent and consistent sequences. The key strength of autoregressive models lies in simplicity and interpretability, facilitating understanding and debugging. Autoregressive models are also known for their effectiveness for sequential data, including text and time series. The autoregressive models can generate coherent and grammatically correct poetry, scripts, and email. You can also generate them for converting text into natural-sounding speech. Data scientists also use autoregressive models for time series forecasting, predicting future trends, and patterns in time-dependent data, and translating languages fluently and accurately.
A prominent example of an autoregressive model is generative pre-trained transformers.
It is a large language model that generates human-quality text, translates languages, and produces diverse creative content. Flow-based models unveil the probability landscape of data. These models directly model the probability distribution of data, enabling efficient sampling and generation. They transform complex data into more straightforward representations, generating new data that adheres to original probability distribution. Flow-based models have distinct strengths that make them effective in various machine learning tasks. These models can perform direct modeling of probability distributions of data, facilitating efficient sampling and generation. They also offer flexibility and adaptability in architecture to create models that suit the data's specific characteristics and task requirements. Flow-based models are good at generating high-quality images with realistic details and textures, and simulating synthetic data. Data scientists also use flow-based models for identifying unusual patterns in data distribution, indicating fraudulent activity, and estimating the probability density function, providing insights into data distribution. An example of a flow-based model is Real NVP, which generates high-quality images of human faces. In this video, you learned that the 4 common generative AI models are GANs, VAEs, autoregressive, and flow-based models. GANs are great at image, music, text generation, and data augmentation. VAEs are good at anomaly detection, data compression, collaborative filtering, and style transfer. Autoregressive models are good at text generation, speech synthesis, time series forecasting, and machine translation. Flow-based models are suitable for image and data generation, anomaly detection, and density estimation.
Welcome to this video on generative AI as a useful tool for data generation and augmentation. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain how generative AI is a useful tool for data generation and augmentation, generate synthetic data using a generative AI-based tool, and augment data using a generative AI-based tool. Data augmentation is a powerful technique for improving the performance of machine learning models, especially when the training data sets of the models are small or imbalanced. It is the process of artificially increasing the size of a training data set by creating modified data from the existing one. Since data can be categorized into 3 categories, structured data, unstructured data, and semi-structured data, there can be many ways to generate these categories of data or augment it. Let's dive into some of the tools available for each of these categories and investigate how easily generative AI can be leveraged for data generation and augmentation. Structured data, often saved in tabular formats, serves as a foundation for many machine learning systems. CT-GAN, which is a conditional generative adversarial network of transformer architecture for text-to-image, and Synthetic Data Vault, or SDV, are examples of generative AI techniques, which excel in augmenting structured data sets. These tools generate synthetic data that mimics the statistical traits and correlations seen in the original data. To handle data imbalances, missing values, and privacy problems, this can be especially helpful. Semi-structured data, such as text and code, poses unique challenges for data augmentation. Generative AI tools like GPT-3 and Copilot can effectively augment semi-structured datasets by generating realistic text descriptions and code snippets. This can enhance the performance of machine learning models in natural language processing and code generation tasks. Unstructured data, including images and audio, is often difficult to augment due to its inherent complexity. Generative AI tools like StyleGAN2 and BigGAN have demonstrated remarkable capabilities in augmenting image datasets by generating high-resolution, realistic images. In addition, generative AI can be used to augment audio datasets by synthesizing new audio samples, for instance, SoundGAN by NVIDIA. Let's check out some generative AI tools for data augmentation and generation. We'll navigate to the Universal Data website at generate.universaldata.io and we'll begin with a prompt to create the dataset. So we type the prompt, patient dataset for the symptoms of diabetes. As of now, we will skip specifying the fields. Then we generate the data. The prompt might take a while to process. The data is generated, and we can view the response. We can copy and download the generated data. If we choose Download, a CSV file will be generated and saved. Generative AI tools may have different ways of creating datasets. Some may be efficient, while others would need extra work. Let's use another tool, ChatGPT, available free of charge, and this time we will specify the features of the data we want to be generated in the prompt. So we type the prompt as follows. Create a dataset with attributes as temperature in Fahrenheit, temperature category, humidity in percentage, wind speed in miles per hour, wind direction, visibility, wind chill, precipitation, fog, rain, and snow as categorical type in yes or no categories, month, year, and specify the data has to be created for 100 observations in a CSV format. Then we submit this prompt, and the sample data is generated. We could modify the values and attributes based on our specific needs. We could also copy this code and run it in a Jupyter notebook. Let's provide the same prompt to another GPT tool. We'll open the Bard webpage at bard.google.com and start a new session. We'll use the same prompt as before. Then we submit the prompt and the data is generated. Notice that this tool has generated the data and also generated some other draft versions for us to review. We could also copy the data to use it further. In a different tool, let's upload a dataset and add parameters to generate data more effectively. We'll open the Mostly AI website at synthetic.mostly.ai. On the Upload Files tab, we click the icon to upload files, then select the Daily Car Sales dataset. We then click Proceed, and we can select a training goal for this job. Options are accuracy, speed, and turbo. Each of these puts a focus on one goal at the cost of the other, and as we select each one, we can see that the training size and training epochs number will change. When we click Create Synthetic Dataset, the epochs will be run, which can take quite some time. The status will say pending and then in progress while it's being generated. If you click the status link, you can see the progress. Now it's finished, let's have a look at the augmented dataset. The dataset has generated the same number of samples as there were in the original dataset. We can download the dataset and use it for our model training. Finally, let's use coding to generate data. We'll open the Collaboratory website at collab.research.google.com. We open a new notebook, and first we need to install the CT-GAN module. We will also need to install the table evaluator. For this demonstration, we will use one of the provided sample datasets called CaliforniaHousingTrain.csv. If we open the Files menu in the left pane, and then expand the sample data, we can choose from several sample datasets. Using pandas, we'll import one of these sample CSV files into the lab notebook. Next, we fit CT-GAN on the data using this code. We need to import CT-GAN. If our data has categorical features, we must pass them as a list to the fit function. Let's run this code. It will take a while to run 200 epochs. Now, we'll save the generated samples. We can evaluate the samples on how close they are to the original data. For that, we will need to import table evaluator. Then we print the shapes of the original and sample data. Then we'll make a comparison of the fake data and the original data. And if we create evaluation visualizations, they will show that the generated fake data is fairly similar to the original real data. In this video, you learned that data augmentation is the process of artificially increasing the size of a training dataset by creating modified data from the existing one. CT-GAN and SDV are examples of generative AI techniques that excel in augmenting structured datasets. Generative AI tools like GauGAN and ImageGen can effectively augment semi-structured datasets. Generative AI tools like StyleGAN2 and BigGAN augment image datasets, while SoundGAN synthesizes new audio samples. Welcome to Generative AI for data preparation and data querying. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the challenges in data preparation and querying, and list the generative AI models that can help tackle these challenges. Generative AI models are instrumental in tackling data preparation and querying challenges. They excel in inputting missing values, detecting outliers, and reducing noise in data sets. Moreover, these models adeptly handle data translation tasks. In querying systems, they enable natural language interactions, recommend queries, and optimize query performance, enhancing overall efficiency and accessibility in extracting valuable insights from complex data. Let's explore in detail how generative AI models can address these data preparation and querying issues. Missing values, which is a pervasive dataset issue, can pose significant challenges to data analysis and modeling. Traditional imputation methods, such as mean or median imputation, often lead to inaccurate results as they fail to capture the underlying data distribution and relationships between variables. Generative AI models, particularly variational autoencoders (VAEs), offer a promising solution by learning the intricate patterns within the data and generating plausible values that align with the observed data. Outliers or data points that significantly deviate from the expected pattern can distort statistical analysis and can lead to erroneous conclusions. Generative AI models, notably generative adversarial networks or GANs, excel at outlier detection by learning the boundaries of the standard data distributions. GANs consist of two competing neural networks, a generator and a discriminator. The generator strives to produce data that resembles the real data, while the discriminator attempts to distinguish between real and generated data. This adversarial process enables GANs to identify outliers. Noise, the unwanted random fluctuations that obscure the underlying patterns in a dataset, can hinder data analysis and impede the extraction of meaningful insights. Generative AI models, particularly autoencoders, demonstrate remarkable capabilities in noise reduction. Autoencoders learn the latent code or compressed data representation, which encapsulates the core information of the data. Autoencoders, thus, capture the essential features while discarding the noise. Data translation, the process of converting data from one format to another, plays a crucial role in data exchange and communication. An inaccurate conversion can lead to inaccurate predictions. Generative AI models, especially neural machine translation (NMT), have emerged as powerful tools for data translation. NMT utilizes recurrent neural networks, RNNs, to learn the complex relationships between languages. RNNs are proficient at accurately translating text from one language to another. NMT's capabilities extend beyond language translation, encompassing text-to-speech and image-to-text translation tasks. Natural language querying, NLQ, has revolutionized data exploration by enabling users to interact with data using natural language rather than complex SQL statements. Generative AI models, particularly large language models, LLMs, act as intelligent intermediaries between users and data. LLMs can interpret the nuances of natural language, including context, intent, and relationships between words, and translate them accurately into equivalent executable SQL statements. Query recommendations suggest relevant queries to users based on their past questions and search context, and enhances data exploration by guiding users towards insightful queries. Generative AI models such as recurrent neural networks, RNNs, excel at query recommendation. RNNs model the sequential nature of the user's queries by capturing the temporal relationship between questions, enabling them to predict the next logical query based on the user's current query and search history. Query optimization, the art of improving the performance of database queries, is essential for efficient data retrieval. Generative AI models, particularly graph neural networks, GNNs, demonstrate remarkable capabilities in query optimization. GNNs effectively represent data as a graph, where data entities are nodes and relationships between entities are edges. This graph representation allows GNNs to understand the intricate connection between data entities, enabling them to identify the most efficient query execution plans that minimize query execution time. In this video, you learned that generative AI models are instrumental in tackling several data preparation and querying challenges. Generative AI models such as VAEs are great at imputation of missing values. GANs excel at outlier detection by learning the boundaries of the standard data distribution. Autoencoders demonstrate remarkable capabilities in noise reduction. NMT has emerged as a powerful tool for data translation. LLMs are great at interpreting natural language queries and translating them into equivalent SQL statements. RNNs excel at query recommendation by modeling the sequential nature of the user's queries. GNNs demonstrate remarkable capabilities in query optimization. Welcome to Generative AI for data preparation. After watching this video, you'll be able to replace missing values and find outliers in data, merge multiple data tables by using a join, filter data, use the AI assistant to analyze data, and create an if-then rule. Data preparation is a crucial step in the process of data analytics, which involves cleaning, transforming, and organizing raw data to make it suitable for further analysis and modeling. This step ensures that the data is accurate, reliable, and consistent. In this video, we will walk you through 2 demonstrations of how generative AI makes data preparation easier and quicker for data professionals. In this first demo, we will use the Chat CSV generative AI tool, which is a web-based tool that acts as a personal data analyst assistant, enabling you to attach any CSV file to a chat session and ask questions. Let's begin by initiating a chat. We need to attach our dataset. The dataset we will use is dailycarsales.csv. Once the dataset is uploaded, the GPT model displays the description and basic information. The generative AI tool also provides additional information on the columns that contain missing values. Now we will try to handle this missing value by writing a simple prompt, like replace missing values of temperature F with the mean of temperature F. The updated data is ready in no time, with missing values of the temperature column replaced with the average values. Let's check the outliers in the dataset. See how the GPT has produced the box plots for each of the columns? Here we can see that several of the data columns have outliers, represented by the black dots. Generative AI makes it easy to work with data preparation tasks. Let's move on to another platform and explore data preparation steps. This free community version of Tomat.ai allows you to explore and analyze your data without limitations. Let's upload the dataset. First, we open our CSV file, and we can either drag and drop it from its location or browse to upload it. In the top right of the page, we click Add to Catalog. We are now in Explorer and can see statistics in the right-hand pane of each column in the dataset. Let's see the average temperature for each category of weather condition. To do this, we group by weather condition, then select the temperature F column for the value and choose average. When we click outside the dialog box, we can see the updated table displaying average values of all different weather conditions. Now we will go further and convert the data to a flow. Let's now try using a filter on the data columns. First, we'll upload another data table called dealeridnames.csv. Here's the data file. We will click Create to save our changes. Now we're going to merge these 2 tables. So we choose Join and connect the 2 table icons to the join icon. For the type of join, we will pick Left Join and we select Dealer ID for both keys and create the join. We can also include filters in our data. Let's filter the data where the weather condition is scattered clouds. Now we can only see rows with scattered clouds visible in the data. You may also sometimes get suggestions from the AI assistant on the Suggestions tab for things like missing values or other suggestions on different tables in your dataset. But we can also ask the AI assistant specific questions. For example, in the general chat here, we're going to ask the GPT how to deal with missing values in the temperature column. One of the suggestions from the AI assistant is to fill the missing values with a constant, for example, the average. Let's do this by using an if-then rule. We'll replace the missing temperature values with an average column value. We select if-then from the new menu, and then write the function to do so. We select the isMissing condition for the temperature F column. And if this is true, we want the average value of the temperature to be attributed. Otherwise, we want the actual temperature value as it is in the row. Now we will choose to overwrite the temperature column, and then create the rule. So now we can see an if item connected to the join filter. Lastly, we need to include the output of the flow. To generate a CSV of this processed data, we select Local File and specify where to create it. And we'll call it Prepared Data. Now the flow is ready for the job, so we click the Run Job icon and wait till the CSV is prepared. This can take quite some time, but once it's finished, we can see the CSV containing the prepared data. In this video, you learned that you can replace missing values in data, you can manage outliers in data, you can find average values for each data category, you can apply filters, merge data tables, delete columns, and you can generate a CSV file of processed data. Welcome to Generative AI for Querying Databases. After watching this video, you'll be able to demonstrate how you can quickly and easily extract insights from massive datasets using generative AI, use generative AI tools to understand natural language queries, and convert natural language queries to SQL commands. Querying a database involves retrieving or manipulating data stored in a database. A database refers to an organized collection of data, and queries refer to the primary means of interacting with this collection and extracting information from the database. Structured Query Language, or SQL, is the most common and standardized query language for interacting with relational databases. SQL queries consist of commands that specify the data to be retrieved, the conditions to be applied, and the sequence in which to display the data. Generative AI has changed the way we interact with databases. By enabling users to query databases in natural language, generative AI makes it easier for people to access and understand data. This ability can profoundly impact a wide range of industries, from finance to healthcare to education. Next, experience how you can quickly extract insights from massive datasets. Traditionally, data professionals would spend hours crafting SQL queries to navigate through the intricate database structure. This demo uses SQL through AI, a generative AI model designed to understand natural language queries and convert them into SQL commands. So, we've logged into the platform. We'll set up our first database for this tool. First, we upload the Boston housing price dataset that we want to query, give it a name, and save it. Now we can begin querying our data. Notice that you can ask for the query to be generated for various database management systems, or for languages like SQL and MongoDB and others. In this case, the request will be for an SQL query. We can select the dataset and type the first prompt, "What are the column names?" and run it. Within seconds, the query is generated, and we can copy and use the query in an application. Now we want to generate a query to know the count of rows in the dataset. Again, we select a new query, select the dataset to query on, and enter our query prompt. The response tells us that to retrieve the count of rows in a database, we can use the following SQL query. Select count from Boston house prices. Now we want to determine how to query the average age in the database. And the response tells us that we can use the query select average age from Boston house prices. Next, we want to create a query to find all rows where tax is between 210 to 250, and the quick query is generated as select from Boston house prices, where tax is more than or equal to 210, and tax is less than or equal to 250. That's pretty impressive. Next, we want to know how to replace zero values in the ZN column with a constant value of 5. The response generated is update Boston house prices, set ZN equals 5, where ZN equals 0. Next up, we want to know how to sort the table in ascending order on the MEDV column. The quick response tells us that the query is select from Boston house prices, order by MEDV ascending. Let's try to get a query to insert new rows. Well, this query response might not be as expected. Nevertheless, we would need to replace the null values with actual values we want for each field. Next, we'll generate a condition-based query. We want to find the rows where rad is 5 and the age is between 50 to 55. Well, the response says that the query for this should be select from Boston house prices, where rad equals 5 and age between 50 and 55. Lastly, we want to know how to create a subtable where chas is 1 and rad is 4. The response comes back and tells us how to create this subtable using the SQL statement SQL select from Boston house prices, where chas equals 1 and rad equals 4. Querying databases is an essential part of working with data. By understanding how to write SQL queries, you can effectively retrieve and manipulate data to gain valuable insights and make informed decisions. Generative AI is playing a vital role in query generation through a simple natural language processing interface, which saves time and effort. In this video, you learned that you can query for specific data from a given dataset, such as column names, count of rows, and average age. You can find specific rows, replace values in a column, and sort a table in ascending order. You can insert new rows, generate a condition-based query, and create a subtable. Welcome to this video on how generative AI is used for drawing data insights. In this video, you will see a demo on how you can use generative AI tools to perform various operations relevant in drawing insights from a given data. After watching this video, you'll be able to use generative AI to create Python code that will perform various operations relevant in drawing insights from a given data, use HAL9's free plan to generate statistical data analysis and find missing data. Assume that your cleaned data is available in a CSV file. You could then use a generative AI model like GPT 3.5 to create a Python code to generate the analysis you require. For example, a simple prompt for the tool would be, create a Python code to generate the statistical description of cleaned data available in a CSV file. The response of the model would look something as shown. This valid Python code uses the pandas library to generate statistical descriptions of data using the describe function. The same prompt can also be enhanced to include advanced aspects for creating data insights. For example, you could add features like univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis of the data to the prompt. Create a Python code to perform univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis of data available in a CSV file. The response would show the code. This code would now generate a detailed statistical description of the data. It will run the univariate analysis for any selected attribute and bivariate analysis for any pairs of attributes. For the multivariate analysis, it will plot a pair plot, which is an ensemble plot consisting of bivariate analysis of all pairs of data attributes. Further, you could ask the model to add certain aspects to this code. For example, you want to select the 5 best features with the best relationship with the target attribute. You may also ask the system to create a script to engineer new features that fit the data better. Both of these tasks can be achieved using the following prompt in a continued chat. In the code above, add the aspects of selecting the 5 best features that fit the target attribute, as well as the aspect of engineering new features for the same. In response, the model will generate a detailed code as shown below. It uses the select k-best method under the scikit-learn library to calculate the best features for the data. Further, it also creates new polynomial features using the polynomial features method in the scikit-learn library. Let's move to another tool to demonstrate how generative AI can quickly and effectively generate insights from the data. We're using HAL9's free plan for this part of the demonstration. We're using a student's performance dataset titled studentmat.csv. The data was collected from school reports and questionnaires, and the data attributes are student grades and demographics, social, and school-related features. Once we upload the dataset and click Create, the platform will suggest prompts which can be used to find insights. Let's try to find the distribution of student ages across schools. The response is a graphical representation of the distribution. We can see that school GP has 57 students at age 18, while MS has 25. You can save the generated responses if you wish. Now, let's look for missing values in the dataset, if any. The response shows some rows from the dataset, a tabular summary of column names, and a count of missing values. The response shows that no values are missing. Let's get the statistical insights on the whole dataset. The basic statistical analysis summary contains count, mean, STD, min, quartile percentages for quantitative columns, and max values. And for categorical columns, it shows the unique values with their count. For instance, unique values in school are GP and MS. In this video, you learned that you can use generative AI tools to create Python code to perform various operations to draw insights from given data. You can add features like univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis of the data. You can use HAL9's free plan to generate a statistical representation of the data and find missing values. Welcome to Generative AI for data visualization. After watching this video, you'll be able to explore data sets and generate charts, and get exploratory insights into the relationship between variables. When it comes to developing or creating visualizations from data, there are many tools available besides those provided by the big names like IBM, Google, Microsoft, and Salesforce. In this video, we will explore some of the generative AI tools that are either available free or on a trial basis. Data professionals can use these tools to create visualizations quickly and easily without spending hours writing codes. In this demonstration, we will explore Columns.ai, an AI-assisted storytelling platform, and see how it can easily generate charts. Let's begin by initiating a story. First, let's upload our studentmat.csv dataset. Then we submit, and we will see a small preview of the data with some options to configure, and we'll save it. We can explore the dataset once it's uploaded. We can see some auto-generated charts and statistics from the data, such as the age attribute showing the minimum age of 15 and a maximum student age of 22. Let's find the total number of male and female students in the dataset. We can see the bar chart for the requested prompt displays the distribution of the 395 male and female students, and if we hover over each bar in the chart, we can see that there are slightly more female students with 208 compared to the 187 male students. We then click Apply to use this chart for our dataset. We can also use the wizard to create a chart. Now we will create a pie chart to represent the average weekly alcohol consumption, which is identified by the WALC value for each gender. If we click Summary and then select Smart Title, a title is generated for the chart. Now let's generate some insight on this chart. And here it is. We can edit the annotated insight if we want to. We can also change the appearance of the chart easily. Once we're done with the customizations, we can download it either as a PNG or SVG image file, or as a CSV or JSON data file. For our next demonstration, we will use Acio's free trial version. We will use the retail sales data.csv dataset, which is one of the sample datasets provided by Acio. To begin, we create a new project and pull the dataset into the project. Now, we will use Chat Explorer to get an exploratory insight on the relationship between marketing spend and sales by generating a scatter plot. We can get the details on the approach used to generate this chart. And we can download it as well. Let's generate a bar chart which shows the average sales by area. Well, that was easy. Now, let's generate a correlation matrix on the data attributes as a heat map to understand the correlation amongst them. The color of each square indicates the strength and direction of the correlation. To interpret the chart, we look at the colors of the squares. Darker colors represent stronger correlations, while lighter colors represent weaker correlations. Positive correlations are shown in one color, while negative correlations are shown in another. Thus, we can identify which attributes are strongly correlated and which are not. To verify any outliers, let's generate box plots. With a single prompt, the tool has generated the box plots for all possible attributes from the data set. We can also get histograms for all attributes to understand the spread of values. In this video, you learned that you can use free generative AI tools to generate charts, you can use free generative AI tools to analyze data and generate insights into data, you can use free generative AI tools to get exploratory insights into the relationship between variables, and you can use free generative AI tools to create correlation matrices, box plots, and histograms from data. Welcome to Generative AI Tools for Model Development. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain the different generative AI tools for model development, discuss the merits and demerits of each tool. Predictive modeling is experiencing a transformative shift driven by the emergence of powerful generative AI tools. These tools are not merely automating existing processes, but changing how data scientists build, train, and deploy predictive models, unlocking unprecedented accuracy, efficiency, and clarity potential interpretability. In this exciting new landscape, data scientists can leverage generative AI to accelerate development, explore innovative model architectures, and gain deeper insights into their data, leading to improved decision-making across industries and applications. Data scientists use several generative AI tools to develop predictive models. Generative AI tools such as Data Robot, AutoGluon, H2O Driverless AI, Amazon SageMaker Autopilot, and Google Vertex AI are great for building and deploying machine learning models. Let's look at the merits and demerits of these tools. Data Robot is a leading enterprise AI platform that automates and accelerates the process of building, deploying, and managing machine learning or ML models. It supports various algorithms and provides a user-friendly interface. It also offers cloud-based and on-premise deployment options. However, it can be expensive for small businesses or individual users. It offers limited customization options as compared to open-source tools. Additionally, the black box nature of some algorithms might hinder its interpretability. AutoGluon is an open-source automated machine learning (AutoML) library that simplifies the development and deployment of machine learning models by automating the model selection, hyperparameter tuning, and training processes. It supports various interpretability and explainability features. AutoGluon has certain demerits too. It requires basic Python programming knowledge, has limited customization options compared to other tools, and may not be suitable for large or complex data sets. H2O Driverless AI is a cloud-based automated machine learning platform that supports automatic model building, deployment, and monitoring, enabling organizations to harness the power of AI without extensive data science expertise. It has an intuitive interface with drag functionality and offers built-in explainability tools to understand model predictions. However, H2O Driverless AI can be expensive for individual users, as it primarily caters to enterprise needs. It is less flexible than open-source alternatives. Also, it has limited access to underlying code and algorithms. Amazon SageMaker Autopilot is a fully managed AutoML service that automates the process of building, training, and deploying machine learning models, making it accessible to users with varying levels of expertise. It is fully integrated with the AWS ecosystem for seamless data management and deployment. It supports automatic model building, tuning, and selections. It also offers a pay-as-you-go pricing model for cost-effective usage. However, Amazon SageMaker Autopilot has a vendor lock-in to AWS platform, making migrating to another cloud provider or platform less straightforward. It has limited customization options compared to other tools, and some Autopilot models' black box nature might require additional analysis. Google Vertex AI is a fully managed cloud-based machine learning platform that integrates with Google Cloud Services. It supports advanced deep learning models and custom algorithms. It also offers explainable AI features for understanding model predictions. However, Google Vertex AI can be complex for beginners as it requires expertise in Google Cloud. It can be expensive due to the cloud resource consumption. It also provides limited support for non-Google machine learning libraries and frameworks. While dedicated generative AI tools are great for building and deploying machine learning models, generative AI alternatives such as ChatGPT and Google Bard offer other unique capabilities. Developers comfortable with Python can leverage these tools for AI-powered script generation that can streamline the model building process. For instance, you may use a prompt like, "Write a Python script to build a predictive model for a dataset available in Pandas" data frame. Include the following steps. 1. Find the top 5 features that affect the target parameter most. 2. Use linear and polynomial models on these parameters to find the most optimal model and use ridge regression to evaluate. And 3. Use techniques like grid search to identify the optimum hyperparameters. This query will generate a detailed code as shown here. As you can see, the model generates an efficient code for performing all the set actions and enables any data scientist with a beginner-level skill set to use, personalize, and optimize the code as per the required applications. However, it's essential to note that using some AI-generated codes verbatim is plagiarism. As shown here, one must use prompts to generate generic codes and personalize them to create solutions for their respective applications. In this video, you learned that predictive modeling is experiencing a transformative shift driven by the emergence of powerful generative AI tools. DataRobot automates the end-to-end process of machine learning. AutoGluon is an open-source tool that automates model selection. H2O Driverless AI is a cloud-based platform that supports automatic model building. Amazon SageMaker Autopilot is integrated with the AWS ecosystem, offering a pay-as-you-go pricing model. Google Vertex AI is a scalable cloud-based platform that supports advanced deep learning models and custom algorithms. ChatGPT and Google Bard can be leveraged for AI-powered script generation and streamline the model building process. Welcome to Generative AI for understanding data and model development. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the techniques that can help in exploratory data analysis or EDA, discuss the advantages of using generative AI for model development. Generative AI is a powerful tool for exploratory data analysis or EDA, offering a range of techniques that can enhance data understanding, uncover hidden patterns, and generate new insights. Let's see how generative AI can aid in various aspects of EDA. Generative AI models, such as variational autoencoders or VAEs, can generate descriptive statistics for numerical and categorical data, capturing the underlying data distribution, and generate output that resembles the original data distribution. Generative AI models, such as generative adversarial networks or GANs, can facilitate univariate analysis. Data scientists can train GANs to generate synthetic data that mimics the distribution of a particular variable. They can use this data to detect outliers and understand the distribution of the variable. Data scientists use generative AI models to explore relationships between pairs of variables. For instance, copulas can model the joint distribution of two variables to reveal their potential correlation or conditional dependency. Generative AI can uncover complex relationships among multiple variables. For example, VAEs can reduce the dimensionality of high-dimensional data, preserving the underlying relationship between variables. This ability can help analyze the complex data relationships. Data scientists can use generative AI to enhance feature engineering by generating new features that capture the underlying structure of the data. For instance, GANs can create new samples that resemble the original data distribution, providing a richer data representation. Generative AI can assist in hypothesis generation by identifying potential patterns and relationships in the data that may warrant further investigation. For example, VAEs can reveal anomalies or outliers that could provide new insights for subsequent modeling and decision-making processes. There are several advantages of using generative AI in building a predictive model even after completing data augmentation and feature engineering. Let's look at some specific ways in which generative AI can do so. Generative AI models can help select the most appropriate model architecture for a given data set. For instance, VAEs can generate latent data representations, which are lower dimensional versions of the original data that captured the underlying structure of the data. Data scientists can use these latent representations to evaluate the performance of various machine learning algorithms, such as linear models, decision trees, or neural networks, and identify the most effective model architecture for the given dataset. Data scientists leverage generative AI models, such as mutual information neural networks, or MINs, to systematically assess the importance of the different features in a dataset for predicting the target variable. MINs can measure the mutual information between features and the target variable. High mutual information values indicate features that are likely more essential for accurate predictions. Ensemble models are a combination of multiple predictive models created to predict outcomes accurately. Generative AI can create ensemble models by generating diverse representations of the data. For example, GANs pit their two neural networks, generator and discriminator, against each other. While the generator generates new representations of the data, the discriminator distinguishes between real and generated representations. This adversarial process forces the model to produce increasingly realistic data representations. Generative AI can interpret the predictions made by the predictive model by generating representatives of the data that can highlight the most influential features of a given prediction. By reconstructing the input data from the model's latent representations, generative AI can explain the model's decision-making process. For example, interpretable autoencoders can generate explanations about how the model may make a particular prediction. Generative AI is great for improving the generalization ability of predictive models. Generalization refers to the ability of a model to perform well on a data that it has not been trained on. Generative AI can also prevent overfitting, which occurs when a model becomes too specific to the training data and fails to generalize well to unseen data. For example, denoising autoencoders enhances generalization ability by learning robust representations of the underlying structure in the data while avoiding overfitting to specific details in the training data. In this video, you learned that generative AI can help in EDA using various techniques such as statistical data description, univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis, feature engineering, and hypothesis generation. Generative AI offers several advantages in developing a predictive model, such as helping in selecting model architecture and important features, generating ensemble models, improving model interpretability and generalization, and preventing overfitting. Welcome to Considerations While Using Generative AI in Industries. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the key considerations while using generative AI in various industries, list the industry-specific considerations of using generative AI. The application of generative AI is not without due consideration. When using generative AI in data science, several considerations are crucial to ensure the effectiveness, fairness, and responsible use of the technology in various applications. The key considerations to take into account while using generative AI are data considerations, model considerations, and ethical considerations. Generative AI models are trained on large data sets. The effectiveness of these models depends on the quality of the training data. If it is inaccurate and biased, the output data is likely to amplify those biases. Therefore, it is crucial that data scientists thoroughly evaluate the quality and representativeness of the data and eliminate bias when training generative AI models. The choice of generative AI model and training parameters determines the explainability and interpretability of the generated output. Explainability refers to the model's ability to provide clear insights into decision-making process, and interpretability refers to the ease with which we can understand its output. Data scientists need to select a model that provides both explainability and interpretability. To improve interpretability, they need to use techniques such as feature attribution and partial dependence plots. The ethical implications of using generative AI must be carefully considered. Generative models can be misused for malicious activities, such as creating deepfakes, manipulating public opinion, and spreading misinformation. Data scientists must establish ethical guidelines for use of generative AI. They must ensure that their models are used responsibly and do not contribute to malicious activities. Let us now understand the key considerations while using generative AI in data science for specific industries, such as finance, healthcare, retail, and media and entertainment. In the finance industry, data considerations involve handling of sensitive data, regulatory requirements, and possible impact on financial markets. Therefore, data scientists must use encryption techniques to comply with data privacy regulations and establish clear data access protocols. Generative AI models in finance must be robust against adversarial attacks in which malicious actors intentionally manipulate the model's inputs to produce misleading outputs. Data scientists must use interpretability techniques such as feature attribution and partial dependence plots. They must also ensure robust optimization to improve the model's resilience against adversarial attacks. Generative AI models can perpetrate existing biases in training data, leading to discriminatory financial decisions, such as biased loan approvals. Data scientists need to check the data for potential biases by using techniques such as fairness metrics and adversarial training. The healthcare industry generates highly sensitive data such as medical records, imaging data, genetic information, and clinical trial data. Data scientists should carefully evaluate the quality and representativeness of the data and ensure that it accurately reflects the patient's population and is free from bias or error. Generative AI models used in the healthcare industry must be compliant with HIPAA and other regulations. They need to be highly accurate, interpretable, and robust against adversarial attacks that could lead to misdiagnosis, inaccurate treatment recommendations, or manipulation of patient data. Data scientists must select models that can anonymize patient data and control data access. Ethical considerations in healthcare must include transparency and consent. It is important to inform patients about the use of generative AI in their care and explain the limitations and potential risks of the model. Data scientists must obtain informed consent from patients and ensure that they have the right to access and review their AI-generated data. They should also check the data for potential biases and use techniques to mitigate bias. In the retail industry, data considerations include customer purchase history, product specifications, market trends, and social media interactions. Data scientists must select generative AI models that generate accurate product designs and effective marketing strategies. They should use data augmentation techniques to ensure that the augmented data retains the underlying patterns and distribution of the original data. In the retail industry, the choice of generative AI model architecture depends on the task at hand. Generative adversarial networks, GANs, for example, are well suited for generating realistic product images, while recurrent neural networks, RNNs, are effective in predicting purchase patterns. Data scientists should use interpretability techniques to create accurate model predictions. Ethical considerations in the retail industry include the regulation of customer data, such as personal information and purchase history. Generative AI models can perpetuate biases present in training data, leading to unfair recommendations for a product. Data scientists must use techniques to mitigate bias, ensure compliance with privacy regulations, implement robust data security measures, and obtain informed consent from customers before using their data. In this video, you learned that while using generative AI models, data scientists need to look into data, model, and ethical considerations. The output's effectiveness depends on the training data's quality. Data scientists need to select a model that provides both explainability and interpretability. Generative AI models can be misused for malicious activities. Specific industries have specific data, model, and ethical considerations. Welcome to Challenges while using generative AI. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the challenges while using generative AI in data science, discuss the 3 key challenges while using generative AI in data science. Data professionals face various challenges when using generative AI in multiple industries. These challenges go beyond the well-known concerns of bias, robustness, privacy, consent, and ethics. You can broadly categorize these challenges into technical, organizational, and cultural issues. The use of generative AI presents several technical challenges, such as quality and availability of the training data, striking a balance between model complexity and interpretability, the resource-intensive nature of training large-scale computational models, and the lack of standardization in tools. Addressing these challenges requires the responsible deployment of generative AI technologies. Generative AI models are highly data-driven. The quality of training data significantly impacts the performance of these models. It's often challenging for data professionals to find relevant, high-quality, and well-labeled data, especially for niche applications or when dealing with sensitive data. Generative AI models can be difficult to interpret, which makes it challenging to understand the model's decision-making process, assess its reliability, and identify potential biases. Data professionals may face AI hallucinations while using generative AI models. This term refers to the generation of inaccurate or illogical information by generative AI models due to flawed training data, inappropriate model architectures, and inadequate evaluation methods. Training and running generative AI models can be computationally expensive, requiring specialized hardware and software infrastructure. This constraint can pose a significant barrier for organizations with limited resources or those operating in cloud environments. The generative AI technology is still in the early stages and requires more standardization regarding model architectures, training procedures, and evaluation frameworks. This fact makes it difficult for data professionals to effectively compare the different models and tools. Implementing generative AI in organizations comes with its own set of challenges. It can raise copyright and intellectual property issues. The need for specialized skills in AI and data science requires investment in training or hiring. Integrating these models into existing systems is challenging too, as it requires change management and careful calculation of return on investment (ROI). Overcoming these organizational challenges requires a strategic approach, including process adjustments, skill development, and commitment to ethical practices. Currently, some companies disallow the use of public generative AI models to create content because it can create copyright and intellectual property issues. To overcome these issues, organizations can develop their own customized generative AI models. With time, more specific guidelines about the use of generative AI will likely be established. The demand for machine learning engineers and data scientists with expertise in generative AI is growing consistently. However, the supply of skilled professionals is limited, making it challenging for organizations to build and maintain in-house generative AI capabilities. Integrating generative AI into existing data architectures and workflows can be complex and time-consuming. This integration often requires changes to data pipelines, decision-making processes, and risk management frameworks. Introducing generative AI into organizations can be met with resistance from stakeholders concerned about job displacement, data privacy, or the potential impact on decision-making processes. Effective change management strategies are crucial for successful adoption. Determining the return of investment, or ROI, for projects involving generative AI can be challenging, as some applications of generative AI may take a longer time to show tangible results or benefits. Also, it's challenging to measure the outcomes that are real and valuable but not easily expressed in monetary terms. Data professionals must develop robust evaluation frameworks to assess the impact of generative AI initiatives. Organizations face cultural challenges too while implementing generative AI. They may want to avert risk and have issues related to data sharing and collaboration. Establishing trust and transparency and a culture of continuous learning and adaptation may also be challenging. Successfully navigating these challenges involves promoting secure data practices, enhancing transparency, and fostering a continuous learning mindset. Generative AI is a relatively new technology, and many organizations may be hesitant to embrace it without clear assurance about its impact. This aversion can hinder innovation with generative AI applications. Generative AI models require large amounts of data for training. However, organizations' concerns about the security of their proprietary data makes them reluctant to share it. This lack of data sharing can limit collaboration and hinder the development of more robust and generalizable models. Generative AI models are powerful but complex and opaque tools. Because of this opaqueness, the stakeholders may not find outputs reliable. Building trust and transparency requires open communication, explainable AI techniques, and transparent governance frameworks. Generative AI models must be continuously updated and adapted to changing data distributions and business requirements. This factor requires a commitment to constant learning and a culture of data-driven decision-making. In this video, you learned that data professionals face various challenges when using generative AI models in multiple industries. The technical challenges include data quality, model interpretability, computational resources, and lack of standardization. The organizational challenges include skill gaps, integration with existing systems, change management, and measuring ROI. The cultural challenges include risk aversion, data sharing and collaboration, trust and transparency issues, and continuous learning. Successfully navigating these challenges involves a strategic approach to ensure responsible deployment and transparency. Welcome to Generative AI for Data Science Skills. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the skills that data scientists require to be successful in their field, and how generative AI can help them hone these skills in today's world. Being a successful data scientist requires several skills. Let's discuss the skills you need to build or hone to become a better data scientist and how generative AI can help. You will require a robust foundation of statistics, probability, and linear algebra. Statistical concepts such as central tendencies, standard deviation, probability distributions, and so on are fundamental. Using generative AI models like GPT can ease the learning process by skimming through the available resources quickly and giving you concise information as per requirement. Knowledge of programming languages like Python is a requirement in the field of data analysis as well as for predictive modeling. The use of generative AI can significantly assist in this process by guiding you through an optimum way of preparing a code that performs the required tasks. Data preparation is a key asset for all kinds of data professionals. It includes tasks such as cleaning and handling data, finding missing values, standardizing and normalizing data, and structuring it for analysis or model training. Data scientists perform data preparation to ensure that the data is in a format that is usable and appropriate for the intended task, whether it's analysis, machine learning, or another application. Generative AI helps them in different ways to perform this task optimally. Statistical analysis of data is the next important skill in the arsenal of a good data scientist. Statistical analysis is required to identify, or, if required, engineer features that describe the data as the best fit for a target attribute. Generative AI enables you to do this analysis much faster and can help you create flexible codes, which you can modify to create customized solutions to specific problems. You must consider the ethical and professional aspects of generative AI while generating code. Different kinds of data, whether numerical, text, or time series, require different analysis and predictive modeling processes. Therefore, data scientists must have a good understanding of machine learning principles, which includes knowledge of various algorithms, their strengths and weaknesses, and how they can be applied to different types of problems. The use of generative AI models can help in the process of understanding the applicability of different machine learning models, as well as reduce the time and effort required to perform machine learning-based analysis on the given data. The success of data scientists is often measured in terms of the kinds of projects they have undertaken. Today, plenty of datasets are available on machine learning and data science community websites such as Kaggle, where data professionals can gain experience with real-world datasets and develop solutions to practical problems as required. Generative AI can make the job of developing appropriate models for such datasets much easier and faster. You must stay current with the latest developments in the ever-changing data science landscape. The use of generative AI in data science is one of the most prominent and significant developments in the field in recent times. Staying updated with the developments in this technology and learning how to use it efficiently, productively, and ethically are considered essential skills for data professionals. Like anything else in life, develop hands-on skills in data science and use generative AI to improve your performance. Practice is the key to success. Use the freely available resources to practice more and hone your skill set. Remember, consistency and persistence are key. Start with learning the basics. Gradually advance to more complex concepts and keep practicing and learning. Hands-on experience and continuous learning will significantly contribute to your growth as a data scientist. In this video, you learned that being a successful data scientist requires several skills, and generative AI can help them with these skills. Data scientists require robust mathematical and statistical skills. Knowledge of programming languages is a key requirement. Data professionals also need to have the ability for data preparation as a key asset. Data professionals must have a good understanding of machine learning principles. Hands-on experience and continuous learning will significantly contribute to a data scientist's growth.
Welcome to Understanding the Role of a Data Scientist. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the role and tasks of data scientists, identify some of the main skills a data scientist needs, and describe some possible career paths for data scientists. In the industry, opinions differ about the skills and responsibilities of different roles in the data ecosystem. Moreover, many job titles and descriptions in data science appear to have overlapping responsibilities. For comparison, let's look at some major roles in the data ecosystem. Data analysts translate data and numbers into plain language so organizations can make decisions. Data analysts identify correlations, find patterns, and apply statistical methods to analyze and mine data. They also visualize data to interpret and present their findings. Data scientists analyze data for actionable insights and build machine learning or deep learning models that can train on past data to create predictive models. Data engineers extract and organize data from different sources, clean and prepare it, and then store and manage it in data repositories so that other data professionals can access it. There are other data professionals in the ecosystem too, such as business analysts and business intelligence analysts who make decisions based on the data results. Regardless of the roles and job titles, data science professionals generally work collaboratively with other roles in the data ecosystem to extract and transform the data needed to make forecasts and predictions using machine learning and AI. Now, let's consider what a data scientist does in more detail. Data scientists work with large amounts of structured and unstructured data. Clean and transform ingested data so that the data can be useful for applying machine learning, deep learning, and AI models. Build and apply machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence AI models to solve business problems. By combining knowledge of statistics, business logic, and computer programming, data scientists design, create, and implement models that use disparate data sources. These can help in corporate goal planning and decision-making. Data scientists build their AI and machine learning models to address important business questions using predictions and forecasts synthesized from various data sources. Some business questions where ML and AI may be applied are: how many new social media followers am I likely to get next month? What percentage of my customers am I likely to lose to the competition in the next quarter? And is this financial transaction unusual for this customer? Data scientists need a solid foundation in statistics and probability, as well as machine learning, cloud computing. Higher mathematics such as calculus and linear algebra aren't strictly necessary, but can be useful assets. Data-related computer skills such as knowledge of programming languages, databases, and data modeling are necessary. And domain-specific knowledge and skills in the field you want to enter are also helpful. For example, if you are interested in medical fields, some knowledge of research methods and biology will make you a stronger candidate. Python is a vital tool for data scientists. A survey published by Kaggle showed that 79.9% of data science professionals advise those entering the field to learn Python first. When asked which programming tool was used the most at work, 86.7% answered that Python was the preferred tool at their workplace. Which other tools are in high demand? Someone entering the data science field might want to develop skills in SQL, R, C++, and Java. Big data manipulation using Hadoop and Spark. Dashboard design and creation using Power BI. And data visualization and storytelling with Tableau. In addition to technical skills, data scientists need an array of important soft skills. Communication and presentation skills so that they can effectively convey the insights they derive from data sets. Critical thinking skills so that they can analyze and solve problems that arise. Creative thinking skills to develop innovative ways to approach the data and create useful models. The ability to convert data into a story that the company can understand and apply to their goals. a collaborative approach because they will always be working with other data professionals to glean the most meaning from data. And diligence and tenacity to stick with projects and see them through when they become complex or something unexpected happens. If you are new to the field of data science, your first job in any organization is likely to be in an entry-level role. But with a background from a different field, consider all of what you have learned as an important asset. Many skills are transferable, especially from other technical work. Even your hobbies and personal interests provide some experience and level of expertise that may boost your marketability, depending on the company or industry you decide to pursue. So be sure to examine your background and other activities for capabilities you can use. From the beginning, or as you gain experience as a data scientist, you may advance your career in several different directions. Depending on your goals and interests, you may progress into becoming a specialist in some aspect of data science, like machine learning, advancing your technical skills in programming, or deeper data analysis, becoming a manager for a data science team, or going into business as a consultant, to name only a few options. In this video, you learned that data scientists apply their specific skills and expertise to draw patterns and make predictions from large data sets. A career in data science requires specialized knowledge and technical skills. And there are several possible career paths that data scientists can follow as they progress. Data science is one of the fastest growing professions in the world today. So if you set your sights on entering the field, the sky's the limit for how far you can go. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Paths in Data Science. In this video, data science professionals will share their career journeys and give an overview of industry opportunities.
So I got my start in data science after interning at IBM, where I had the opportunity to host a big data hackathon in Beijing, which really made me see the value of data science as a discipline that combines both the technical as well as the non-technical. So after doing a couple of other data science related internships, I graduated from Queen's University with a computer science degree, and thanks to a referral from a mentor, I was able to land a job at Apple, where I worked as a data scientist supporting the launch of Apple TV Plus. In this role, it was really more of a business/data science role, where I was really focused on helping support the business and marketing folks, helping them understand what's going on and make optimal decisions. I then transitioned into a product data science role within the App Store, focusing on search and personalization, working with engineers and product managers more closely. After about 2.5 years at Apple, I then went on to join Coinbase, which is where I'm currently at, and I help support the save and spend function, which includes the debit card as well as the peer-to-peer function that Coinbase offers. In this role, I'm performing similar business and product data science work that I was performing at Apple as well.
I started my career in consulting, and in consulting, I work with several different stakeholders, Fortune 500 to C-suite clients, within Fortune 500 to public sector clients, and senior executives. In that role, I began my career as a business systems analyst. But as I started my career as a business systems analyst, I realized that I was really more so a data engineer, really working to build BI warehouses. But my clients really wanted to know more about the data. What was the story behind the data? What was happening? What was the insights? And so I pivoted my career more into reporting and analytics so that I could deliver those insights, so that I could create forecasts and reports that showcase what was happening with the financials of the Navy, and how could we be better at working with our financials? How could we be better building programs that really support the needs of the organization and leverage the funding that we could get? And so another key role during this time was also me gathering requirements and meeting with cross-functional stakeholders and partners.
I started as a WebSphere developer at IBM 2008. And then rapidly moved into information management So my first job there was DB2 admin. And then I was data stage and quality stage admin. So all about data quality and data integration. Afterwards, I was expert for Hadoop and was actually 2012 managing the first project in Switzerland for a bank using Hadoop as data lake. And then I went to streaming analytics. So I did my master's in streaming analytics. And then I went to machine learning and deep learning. And now I'm basically expert in deep learning and scaling of deep learning training and also federated learning.
I was actually, which I started working initially and before I became a principal data scientist with the current role I have. I started as a professor in the college in India after finishing my applied mathematics degree. Since then, I have actually got a Master of Public Health and then moved on to become, starting with the biostatistician, epidemiologist position in the city of Minneapolis, and then transitioned into data scientist roles, and then becoming a principal data scientist right currently. So you can look at it and say my track has been a professor in mathematics, biostatistician, epidemiologist, as well as taking different data science roles such as data scientist, senior data scientist, and principal data scientist.
Welcome to Opportunities in Data Science. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what data scientists do and differentiate them from other data professionals. Compare different working styles at small, medium, and large companies. Identify the current and predicted job opportunities in data science. First, let's look at what a data scientist does in an organization. Data scientists perform data mining of large sets of structured and unstructured data, evaluate vast volumes of data using statistical methods, and seek actionable insights. Build machine learning and deep learning AI models by applying algorithms to data. Use machine learning models to automate tedious data manipulation tasks and predict future results. Answer questions such as, how many new social media followers am I likely to get next month? Or, what percentage of my customers am I likely to lose to competition in the next quarter? Or, is this financial transaction unusual for this customer? Data scientists require knowledge of mathematics, statistics, and a fair understanding of programming languages, databases, and building data models. In the data ecosystem, data scientists work closely with other data professionals such as data analysts, data engineers, and business analysts. Roles may overlap and combine to provide different opportunities, and each role plays its part in creating valuable results. Data analysts translate data and numbers into plain language so organizations can make decisions. Data analysts identify correlations, find patterns, and apply statistical methods to analyze and mine data. They also visualize data to interpret and present their findings. Data scientists analyze data for actionable insights and build machine learning or deep learning models that can train on past data to create predictive models. Data engineers extract and organize data from different sources, clean and prepare it, and then store and manage it in data repositories so that other data professionals can access it. There are other data professionals in the ecosystem too, such as business analysts and business intelligence analysts who make decisions based on the data results. Again, roles often overlap, and each role plays its part in creating valuable results. Data science is now used in many industries for many purposes, so the opportunities are broad-ranging. Manufacturing, shipping, medical research, entertainment, travel, law, finance, government. These are only a few of the fields that use data scientists to reach their goals. A large percentage of data science positions are offered by businesses within the technology and information industry. Understandably, a company's size will affect the nature of its data science positions. Many data science positions entail working within the huge multinational companies known as big tech. Here are some of the big tech companies known worldwide. You may recognize IBM, Facebook, Microsoft, and Amazon, as well as other major names in the industry. Many of them are part of our daily lives in the modern world. Each of these and other data giants is different in the information it collects, its company culture, and its structure, as well as its product or goal, of course. Big tech companies aren't the only ones hiring data scientists, however. Smaller companies also hire for many data science roles, and startups can be very exciting to work for. Each has benefits and drawbacks that you can weigh according to your goals. Between the extremes of startups and big techs, there are also medium-sized companies with their own characteristics. Medium-sized companies come in many styles, so you can assess positions in them on a case-by-case basis. It's impossible to draw hard distinctions between the opportunities of large and small companies. However, there are some general patterns. Large companies may offer a higher entry-level salary and benefits, but policies may limit how your salary will grow. Small companies may offer a wider variety of challenges, since you may need to fill several roles, but they may have less stability and a less predictable advancement track. Large companies may require regular work times, and smaller companies may require longer or irregular hours. Smaller companies often have a flatter organization, while large companies have stricter channels of hierarchy. Each of these is a factor to consider in looking for your ideal role. Although data science is still a relatively new field, it is among the fastest-growing occupations in the world today. Until recently, jobs in data science were commonly associated with the tech and information industries. However, data-based business demands have grown exponentially among many types of private companies and public agencies as well. Because of this, the number of data science jobs is growing rapidly. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates 31% growth in data science jobs over the next 10 years, which is much faster than average. Median wage is about $98,000, with a starting salary of about $53,000, varying by local area and company. U.S. News & World Report ranks data scientist as number 3 in best technology jobs and number 6 in best jobs overall, measured by growth potential, median salary, employment rate, work-life balance, and other factors. This trend extends to other countries worldwide. The World Economic Forum ranked data scientists and data analysts first among the top 20 job roles increasing in demand, and Burning Glass estimates 14.3% job growth. This is no surprise, as according to a recent survey from Sisense, 49% of companies are using data analytics more and much more than before the pandemic. According to Analytics Insight, the United Kingdom's demand for data scientists has tripled in the past few years. Demand is also high in the EU, especially Germany. Other countries where data scientists are in high demand include China, Japan, India, Singapore, South Korea, Canada, and South Africa, as well as the United States. In this video, you learned that data scientists bring a particular expertise to the data ecosystem. The role and working style of a data scientist can vary according to the size of the company. Demand for data scientists in the U.S. and worldwide is growing across nearly all industries. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Data Scientist Roles and Required Skills. In this video, data science professionals discuss the various roles available in data science. They will also tell you the required skills for those roles.
So for the data scientist position, some of the roles include people starting with associate data scientist, then transitioning to a data scientist, and then becoming a senior data scientist, principal data scientist. If you go on a technical line, you could become a senior principal data scientist afterwards. So working in different companies is very important. One is that you could be working for a large company or a small company or independent contractor. For a large company, the issue is that you have a lot of employees, so you'll have a lot of people who are part of your team and working with them. And then working on projects with a large group is always a challenge, but then having a framework which all of us can collaborate, like an agile environment, would be helpful, that we all can create backlogs, sprints, and plans so that we can all get work done in a large setting. If it's a large company, small company is a company where we have got a few employees working in data science. So there, the lead data scientist, the principal data scientist could be leading, mentoring data scientists in solving business problems. And from independent contractor, actually, you're an outside consultant who comes and works with companies and solves business problems and helps build machine learning and AI models.
When people ask me how can they get into data scientist roles are a dime a dozen, I like to say. They don't have the same title as data scientists. You could get into roles within the product space. You could be a product analyst and a product manager. Those both leverage data science heavy. Or you could be a product data scientist where you're informing analysts, product managers, UI, UX researchers on the growth of a product, the nature of how users are leveraging that product. You run experiments to see if you launch a new feature, will it be successful or not? Those are some of the titles. You can also be analytics engineer, a decision scientist, machine learning engineer, or AI engineer, which are very popular right now. And these roles, again, they don't have data science in them, but they are very data science heavy roles, and having a fundamental knowledge of data scientists is key. So with smaller companies, I've also noticed that they have less infrastructure and resources. So you kind of have to bootstrap your way through solutions with the minimum resources, tools, and technology that you have, in comparison to larger companies where there's like an indispensable amount of resources.
What advice would you give to someone who wants to become a data scientist? What skills should they develop?
I mean, it depends on the goal. And as I said, there are the data engineers, the modelers, so the mathematicians, and also the ops guys. And depending on what you are pursuing, it's obviously a different skill set you need. I would say, for me at least, the most interesting was the mathematics part. But in a real project, that's obviously something which is the most required one. So usually 1 or 2 guys are sufficient. You need a lot of skills in data integration. So SQL and ETL tools are very important, and also data quality. And obviously you need someone who understands the underlying data. So the business knowledge is also important. For example, finance or life science or whatever. And then finally, the operations, that's more and more automated because the hybrid cloud providers provide just out-of-the-box solutions, but still it's interesting to know Kubernetes and containers and Docker and OpenShift and whatever.
So if you like to start your career as a data scientist, the first thing I always tell people is, what exactly do you want to do in data science? What type of data do you want to work with? Once you discover that, you can start to build a portfolio to showcase your skill set and leverage that portfolio to not only build solutions to help you learn and grow, but you can build case studies around those solutions to showcase the value that you'll bring to a company. When you learn what kind of data you want to work with or what kind of data you like, the next part I'd say is contributing to your journey. I always say read, write, share, or learn, write, share. And that just means when you learn something or read something, write about it. It helps you build deeper knowledge, and then share it. Share it on your social platforms, share it on blogs. It helps other people discover you while you get to contribute to conversations, and you get to hear different perspectives from others and become known as someone in this data science or data space. Last but not least, I'd say show impact, right? When you're building your resume, what was the impact that you had when you built the solution? What was the impact that you had in your organization? Did you impact time, cost, labor? Did you impact the solution's growth? Did you impact the success of anything? What is the value, the quantitative value that you bring? Always quantitative and qualitative when you're building your resume.
So if you want to become a data scientist, actually, what you should understand is that you should start your career somewhere as a data analyst, and then you should work on getting some of the skills built for that, especially building your mathematics and statistics skills, taking research methodology classes at the university level for that will be very helpful. And then building your profile around programming is extremely important, especially SQL and Python. And for doing that, actually, IBM certification courses will be very, very helpful. And there are a bunch of courses in IBM which actually provide you with SQL and Python training, and taking those courses along with the fact that you've got experience as a data analyst, and then you've done data visualization, sure, with Tableau and BI and MicroStrategy, maybe those tools will be very helpful. So in a combination of data analysis, what you have done, along with data visualization, and moving forward and understanding that how those could be applied along with your learning skills which you are developing through Python and SQL, along with mathematical and statistical research methods, will be very, very helpful in getting to the role of data science.
Welcome to Build Your Portfolio. After watching this video, you'll be able to identify the importance of a portfolio, explain how to build a portfolio, list projects to add to your portfolio. Study can help you in getting a job, but you'll have to put in some work as well. Many courses will equip you with job-oriented skills, and you can certainly use their certificates to enrich your resume. You can also display your knowledge during an interview. However, a professional portfolio is an effective tool to highlight your skills and demonstrate your ability to grow, and an employer can take time to examine it carefully. Employers are looking for a range of skills, technical abilities, an ability to communicate, and an understanding of good business practices. All of these can be demonstrated in a portfolio. Examples of relevant previous work might include: if you have enrolled in a degree program, you can add your research or a capstone project to your portfolio. Many people work as freelancers to gain experience, and if you have permission, you can include freelance work. If you have permission, any experience and projects that you have worked on as an intern may be worth including. As you acquire additional data science skills, you should try to work on compelling and increasingly complex projects. If you have worked or interned somewhere and worked on a project that is now launched, note you have worked on it and include a link if possible. You can also look at the job descriptions that you're targeting, pull out the key skills that they require, and build projects around those skills. Here are some more ideas for creating portfolio content. When you want to understand something on a deeper level, building on the success of predecessors is always a great idea. One example might be coding a neural network from scratch using a research paper. This shows your ability to understand the benefit of research papers and the ability to code your own algorithm without using a predefined library. There are many data challenges hosted by Kaggle, HackerRank, LeetCode, and so on. These competitions are normally focused on real-world problems. Participating and documenting them in your portfolio can be promising if you rank high in the competition. If you create content in the form of a blog or vlog, you should include links to it. This is a terrific way to demonstrate soft skills as well as displaying your technical knowledge and your ability to share with other professionals. You can include course projects or hobby projects in your portfolio by adding a few more details and features. For example, including error logging and handling if the project doesn't have it. Here are 6 steps that can help you build a strong portfolio by creating some new projects. To build a portfolio for the job you want, start by understanding which skills you will need to demonstrate. Studying current listings will typically show you which skills are best to highlight in your portfolio projects. When generating your own project ideas, think about the issues you're curious about and how engaging relevant data sets could shed light on a problem. You can also find inspiration from other people's projects by visiting data science communities. When you have decided on an idea for your project, you will need data. Use a real-world data set. Since real data sets are messy, and you'll need to do some cleaning, check online repositories that offer free and open access to enormous amounts of public data. Some useful resources include data.gov, Reddit datasets, GitHub's Awesome Data, and Google Dataset Search. After you have chosen a research question and a data set to work with, clean up the data and perform exploratory data analysis, EDA. This step presents opportunities for you to highlight creative thinking and problem solving by exploring multiple angles, finding supplemental data sources, and using compelling visualizations. When you have clean data, start applying models to solve your problem. It's smart to have several projects that display the breadth of your skills and interests hosted on GitHub. GitHub is accessible and familiar to most professionals in technical fields. You can deploy your code on GitHub pages and use basic HTML templates to make the code look professional. Be sure to have some sort of readme.md with a description of your project that shows your understanding of how to communicate results. In this video, you learned a portfolio is an excellent way to showcase your work and skills directly because employers value what they can see in your portfolio and how it reflects what you can do. There are many types of work that you can include in your portfolio to good effect. You can build new projects to make your portfolio stronger. Having a strong resume is primary for job seekers, but there is more than one way to show off your skills. A portfolio can show what you can do in a practical, hands-on way. It's important to emphasize that keeping a portfolio is an iterative process. As your knowledge grows, your portfolio should be updated. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Optimal Portfolios. In this video, data science professionals will describe how to develop a strong data science portfolio.
Kaggle is definitely something interesting. Don't be scared. It's very hard to become a member of the top 100 list or so. It's just about computing resources nowadays. So you won't have the computing resources to do the hyperparameter tuning to get into that list, but still you end up in the list somewhere and you showcase what you have done. That's one thing. GitHub profile is also a nice thing to have, but I think Stack Overflow reputation is very important. So try to understand questions and eventually answer questions on Stack Overflow. That's really helpful. And then publish maybe blog articles on Medium or other portals. Like I'm doing, I have a YouTube channel. If I have something to say, or I think I have something to say, then I publish a little video on my YouTube channel, and that might help.
The first is going beyond a basic cookie cutter project. So the number of resumes I've seen that have done a linear regression on housing prices, it really doesn't signal anything other than you were able to follow a Kaggle tutorial. I think some of the best portfolios I've seen are applicants that are able to apply some personal interests, for example, in horses, and be able to analyze that horse data in a way that reaches some meaningful conclusion. The second thing I would say is that key point around conclusion, which is what outcome did your project drive? Did you get users? Did you get any stars on GitHub? Some outcome, I think, is generally good to have with your personal projects. Not necessary, but it will definitely help your project stand out. And then the third thing is making sure you're highlighting the skills for that job.
As a hiring manager, I would say a strong data science portfolio tells a story from the data set. So are you taking the data set, extracting insights from this data set is very raw data. How do you clearly present that data and those insights to others? How are you also building a solution that's different than what we see on the market? How does it offer different value to your audience and your stakeholders? How do you also tell the story of how this solution offered value to those stakeholders? Being able to articulate and communicate how your solution offer values is essentially key. I would say starting with a problem that you like to solve. When you find a problem that you like to solve, you're creating some type of hypothesis around that problem. That hypothesis is then going to be used to help you locate data sets.
I would say that your portfolio should ideally have some past experiences, especially if you're not in the field of data science. what work you have done towards data visualization and data analysis would be very helpful. It's a great start. That means you know how to analyze data by building queries. That's great. So probably you must have done some work building SQL queries and given some analysis and findings to business stakeholders. But if you're a fresh student out of the college, you may not have got much experience. So learning something around data analysis and visualization will be a great start for you. But as well as if you want to get into the data science data science field as such, I would think about understanding what the combination of mathematics and statistics along with Python and SQL programming would be a great precursor. But if you're already a person who's already in the field of data science, especially like if you're a data scientist or senior data scientist, you probably could be building a portfolio by learning some more programming, understand more machine learning and AI model techniques, and build those skill sets so that you become more robust and understand the algorithms when they could be applied to what business situations. Also the fact that if you're a senior data scientist or a principal data scientist, a lot of times you have worked with code, and then understanding that you could create a GitHub depository for putting the code so that anybody who comes in the future or people, if you're working collaboratively on the teams, then everybody could look at the code and make changes to their code so that we could all work as a team in solving the business problem related to data science.
Welcome to Introduction to the Data Science Professional Certificate. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a professional certificate, describe the IBM Data Science Professional Certificate courses, and explain other important information about the courses. While you take the Career Guidance and Interview Preparation course, you may wonder about your skills and if you're strong enough for a competitive job market. Whether you're looking to start a new career or change your current one, professional certificates can help you become job ready. They enable you to build specific skills related to your chosen profession, making you more valuable as a prospective employee. Because they're more focused and less extensive than a traditional college degree, they can be completed more quickly and can be more affordable and accessible for many learners. Moreover, you can often learn at your own pace, whenever and wherever it's most convenient for you. The IBM Data Science Professional Certificate Program offered on Coursera consists of 9 online courses that will provide you with the latest job-ready tools and skills. You'll learn data science through hands-on practice in the IBM cloud using real data science tools and real-world data sets. This professional certificate has a strong emphasis on applied learning. Except for the first course, all other courses include a series of hands-on labs in the IBM cloud that will give you practical skills. Projects include a random album generator, models to predict housing prices, and a successful rocket landing, and an interactive map. After you finish the course, you will earn a professional certificate from Coursera. And you'll also receive a digital badge from IBM, recognizing your proficiency in data science. Let's take a quick look at the 9 courses in the IBM Data Science Professional Certification Program. The program begins with What is Data Science? An overview of the history and practice of data science, including insights from professionals in the field today. Tools for Data Science surveys some of the most popular data science tools, including Jupyter Notebooks, GitHub, and Watson Studio. You'll learn their strengths and limitations and then work through some hands-on projects to see how they function. In data science methodology, you'll learn how data scientists think. The course covers major steps in tackling a data science problem, as well as the steps involved in collecting and analyzing data, building a model, and interpreting the results. Python for data science, AI, and development is a beginner-friendly introduction to programming, specifically using the Python language. Python is one of the most popular programming languages and an essential tool for modern data scientists. An additional mini-course, Python Project for Data Science, will lead you through a project where you can demonstrate and solidify your Python skills. In Databases and SQL for Data Science with Python, you'll acquire a working knowledge of database fundamentals and some basics of SQL, a powerful language used for working with databases. Data analysis with Python will take you from the basics of Python to exploring different types of data. You'll learn about preparing data, performing simple data analysis, predicting trends from data, and creating useful visualizations of the data. Data visualization with Python dives deeper into the representation of data and how to draw out insight and express it visually. Machine learning with Python presents the basics of machine learning and an overview of machine learning topics like model evaluation and machine learning algorithms. You'll practice with machine learning examples and see how it applies to real-world problems. Finally, you'll complete the Applied Data Science capstone, in which you'll step into the role of a data scientist in a space exploration startup. You'll use the knowledge and skills acquired in the previous courses to demonstrate what you can do. A few more points about the program. Anyone with a passion for learning can take this professional certificate program. No prior knowledge of computer science or programming languages is required. This course is completely online, so there's no need to show up to a classroom in person. You can access your lectures, readings, and assignments anytime and anywhere via the web or your mobile device. The professional certificate requires the completion of 9 courses. Each course typically contains 3 to 6 modules that take an average of 2 to 4 hours each to complete. If you work on them at a part-time pace of about 1 module per week, the entire certificate will take 6 to 12 months. If you work full-time at a pace of 1 module per day, you can complete the certificate in 2 to 3 months. If you have completed some of the courses in other programs or individually, any courses you have already completed will count toward finishing this professional certification. You do not have to take those courses again and will be able to finish more quickly. In this video, you learned that the IBM Data Science Professional Certificate Program can help you build more career-related skills more accessibly and affordably than a degree. The program contains 9 courses that cover a variety of data science topics. And the courses can be taken completely online and completed in a few months, depending on how much time you spend on them. To find out more and sign up for the program on Coursera, use the included link. Welcome to Draft Your Resume. After watching this video, you'll be able to compose a basic resume, determine what you should include in your resume, list skills and experience appropriately with good organization, identify how to optimize your resume for automated tracking and search engines. Technical fields have many job opportunities available, but they're very competitive, and you'll need to market yourself to find the role you want. To land a position, you'll need a plan to stand out and capture the attention of potential employers. Regardless of the methods in your approach, you'll need a good resume that lays out your skills and experience concisely and effectively. Your resume, along with your portfolio, will create the first impression that potential employers will have of you. As with your portfolio, your resume must be carefully designed to showcase your strengths and competence in the field. Contrary to what many people believe, your resume should not be a paper version of your portfolio. Your portfolio and resume should be in alignment so they complement each other. Before discussing the nuts and bolts of writing a resume, here are a few tips to remember. Try to keep your resume brief. If you have a lot of relevant experience, 2 pages is acceptable, but try to avoid more than 2 pages. If you use a bulleted list, bullets should be informative but concise. Consistently use present tense for your current position and past tense for all earlier projects. Check your spelling and grammar carefully. Have a friend proofread your resume if possible. Double-check your contact information and provide a professional-looking email address. The work experience section will usually be the largest part of your resume. It may either precede or follow a project section, depending on which you would like to highlight more. Applicants newly out of school may also highlight the education section if it contains a lot of relevant information. The order or placement of the information may also vary across template designs. When providing information about your work experience, follow this pattern with your statements. Use an action word, then the task you worked on, and then the result in quantifiable terms if possible. For example, deployed improved database design, which increased efficiency by 25% and saved 15% in storage. Some action words include initiated, constructed, converted, deployed, led, and designed. Of course, you may think of others. If you are new to the job market, it may make sense to include a projects section. In it, you can list projects you have done that might not fit clearly into a job role. Eventually, when you have more work experience, this section won't be needed. Including a section that lists your skills specifically helps to highlight them, since your past job descriptions might not make them clear. Include only technical skills that are relevant to the type of position you're looking for. List as many of your skills as you can think of and include any software and tools. Then, when you want to apply to a specific job, review the job description and delete the skills not required in the role. You can always add a few additional skills that will help you stand out, but don't overwhelm the employer with too many listed skills. Depending on the format of your template, the skills section can appear as a list, or it may include a graphical representation of the level of mastery in each skill. An education section will highlight your formal study history. Enter your education in the following format: degree type and major, university name, year graduated, GPA, and any honors you earned if you prefer. If you have hobbies or interests that are relevant to a particular job, these may help boost your resume. However, if you are applying for a job in which you have considerable professional experience and skills, they aren't necessary. In fact, they can be distracting and overly personal. You should consider putting hobbies and interests on your resume only when you have limited work and educational experience, you have limited skills related to the job for which you're applying, a job posting lists responsibilities or duties that align with your hobbies and interests. Other additional sections that may be useful include conferences, publications, awards, and technical trainings and certifications. Include these if they are relevant to a position, but don't include them if they are merely padding. Excellent communication and presentation skills go hand in hand with the technical skill set required to succeed in data science. As the number of free and available eye-catching templates has increased and publisher software grows more robust, creating a visually attractive resume is easier. However, in a data-driven world, there are other points to consider. In addition to having relevant content and visual appeal, your resume should be easy for applicant tracking system ATS software to find. ATS software is widely used in technical fields. It simplifies the process of selecting qualified candidates by automating the job of sorting through thousands of job applications. The software finds keywords and advances qualifying candidates further into the job application process. Unfortunately, most resumes formatted with multiple columns, images, and creative layouts or designs will not be read correctly. Simply put, ATS software is less likely to accurately read the example on the right, which can lead to a qualified applicant losing a chance to be considered. Tips for creating an ATS-friendly resume include: align your terms with those on job postings. Be sure you're using the same words most people in the industry use. Don't use keywords randomly. ATS software can detect keywords placed out of context. Make your resume scannable. Organize the information well and keep descriptions concise. Make sure your contact information is at the top of the page. Search engine optimization, or SEO, is the process of writing web content so that it ranks higher in web searches. You can aim to incorporate SEO and ATS-friendly elements into your resume to boost its online searchability. Often, the principles that apply to making your resume readable by an ATS will be the same as making it findable by search engines. Here are some principles for making your resume easily read by ATS software and search engines. Use keywords purposefully. Include them in normal text and don't just list them somewhere on your page. If your resume does not contain phrases or terms that search algorithms are set to find, your content will not appear among the search results. Keep up with emerging terminology and acronyms and make sure you refer to skills or technology using common terminology. Provide relevant links and regularly verify that they work. You may want to incorporate links to your social media profiles if you are using them as platforms to build community with colleagues and other professionals in the industry. Be sure everything in your social media profile is something you want a prospective employer to see. Avoid using large image files in your portfolio or resume. Add alt text to every image, photo, and graph you incorporate into your portfolio and resume. Users and website visitors who are visually impaired rely on alt text and screen readers to gain understanding of content in graphic format, and this also adds keywords. Almost all ATS software works best with Microsoft Word, and many companies only accept resumes in this format, so you should have a Microsoft Word version of your resume. Alternate versions of your resume may be provided in many other formats, including graphic, plain text, Braille, PDF or accessible PDF, in any language other than English. In this video, you have learned your resume is the first impression you make on an employer, so it's important to make it great. Effective resumes follow best practices for how sections are organized and written. You've learned how to do this. ATS and SEO software is in common use, and your resume must be easy for these systems to scan and find. A resume is your frontline tool in finding a job. Spending some time and effort to create a good basic resume that you can tailor to any job is well worth doing.
What I'm looking for on your resume is your background and your kind of, here's you. And what I look for in your covering letter is why you for this role. So make sure that it's personalized, make sure that you talk about the skills and attributes that this job description and advert is looking for. And don't just give me a generic covering letter, because that's a big put off. I can't stress enough. We see it far too often. Mistakes, typos, grammatical errors all over CVs. I've even seen a CV and a resume which didn't have the name of the individual on it. So please just make sure you're looking at the basic bits and pieces. Using the likes of LinkedIn or even Microsoft Word now, there are templates for you to create CVs. Depending on the role you're going for, tailor your resume for this audience. So think about, if you're a creative, show a little bit of spark, show a little bit of flair. If you're not, don't go over the top. Don't create something that's really jarring and difficult for a hiring manager to look at. This is your first impressions, and you really do want to make sure that we know who you are, what you are, and why you. So if you haven't got those 3 points across in a resume, you haven't done it right.
Well, the biggest thing is that when your resume should actually be a good profile of you and what kind of work you have done, and focus on that along with the LinkedIn profile. I think people looked at LinkedIn profile. These two should be consistent. And do not just send the resume or cover letter by themselves, but rather try to make sure that your resume reflects some of the important points or important pieces of information which is available in the job description, and your resume aligns closely with that. So making sure that your job description and your resume align along with your LinkedIn profile would be a great start to understand that what your managers or your hiring managers are looking for the position, and how could you be a good fit for the position based on your experience and training.
I would say it's the practical experience. It's maybe the amount of years counts, but more specifically what you actually have done. So if you are like a new starter to get some experience, I already told you, you should go for hackathons, internships, cake competitions, and work on your own project and publish it. So publish about it on a blog platform and publish the code on GitHub and maybe record a YouTube video also. So on the cover letter, I would personally address the job description. Also, if there are certain things requested in the job description, just address those and explain where and how you get the necessary experience to address those. Or if you don't have the experience, explain how you will get this experience.
So in general, I think having a clean one-pager resume is the gold standard. There are plenty of templates online, so I would encourage you to go and find one that suits your style. I think in general, anything beyond a one page is not going to get read or might actually get thrown out because it signals that you're not concise and you're not able to condense your information into one page. The other thing is having relevant experience on the resume. So if you're interviewing for a machine learning position and all your job experience and projects speak about data visualization, then you're not going to come across as the right candidate. So anytime you're going through the job interview process, make sure that you have the right resume for the right job. And sometimes that means creating multiple resumes, as I did in my case when I was initially interviewing for different roles. I basically created different archetype data science resumes for different interviews. For example, if it was a more business data science role, I would focus more on communication and data visualization and delivery versus, say, a more machine learning or stats heavy role. I would accentuate those kinds of skill sets.
You need to have a strong combination of training in mathematics and statistics courses, strong programming in Python and SQL, and get these certifications through the certification program through IBM is very, very helpful. But also internship opportunities. If you are a student coming out of college and you want to look for opportunities for a data science opportunity, I would venture out and start with internships and find out how do you get them, either through your friends or your connections or your professors at the college could help you get those internships, as well as opportunities to attend classes and teach classes, as well as do lot of voluntary learning and attending meetups and sessions with people who are working with data science groups.
I recommend to have a theoretical background, so take courses at university or at the MOOCs like Coursera, edX and so on for the foundation. And once you have those, you can try to replicate papers. So try to recode what actually is described in papers. And then you can participate in Kaggle competitions. But the most important part then is to actually get your hands dirty and either seek for an internship or solve something on your own or work with colleagues and solve something, go to a hackathon. And ideally, you can then enter a junior position in a company. If that is not possible, you can try to enter a trainee or internship position in the company.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, standing out from the crowd. In this video, data science professionals will discuss what sets apart a great data science candidate from the crowd.
So I think an important skill to have as a data scientist obviously is a relatively deep understanding of the math in machine learning and in deep learning. This is just basics. You don't have to be the super expert in linear algebra or in solving differential equations and all that stuff. But you need to have understanding how these algorithms actually work internally. And I highly recommend Andrew Ng's course on machine learning on Coursera, and also from deeplearning.ai, the introduction to deep learning. So it's a specialization of 5 to 7 courses where you are forced to implement all the algorithms in NumPy. So that's a good foundation. But I would say it's not required for every role, but it's a very good foundation to have. Then on the data acquisition and transformation and integration side, it's very good to have fundamental SQL knowledge. So databases are important, and also scripting, shell scripting, and some big data tools are always nice to know. I prefer most of the cases Apache Spark SQL, to a certain extent Spark ML, but I think in most of the cases you are fine with scikit-learn or R. And on the deep learning side, it's either PyTorch or TensorFlow/Keras at the moment, which is taking off.
I think in general, it's a combination of the technical foundations, so understanding SQL, stats, machine learning, whatever it is applicable for that role, but also the non-technical. So how well can this person answer their questions? How methodical are they? And in general, what would this person be like when you're working with them? When things get tough, it's important for people to know that they can lean on you and trust you, and part of that is being able to build rapport with your coworkers.
It's basically a combination of research and methodology around mathematics and statistics. So probably taking research methodology classes involving mathematics and statistics will be very helpful. And learning some coding around SQL and Python is very, very critical. And the combination of your experience as a data analyst or data visualization tools you have used through Tableau or MicroStrategy would be very helpful. So combination of your data analysis and data visualization tools, along with research and mathematical and statistical methods, as well as programming in Python and SQL are important steps for this.
I would say a great data science candidate has very good skills in databases, understanding of languages such as SQL and Python, specifically Python for data science, because you can use Python for a lot of different areas. It is a very large programming language. Cloud knowledge as well. Understanding how to look at data lakes, data warehouses in the cloud, how to manage data in the cloud is going to be really critical in the future. And we're seeing that already happen. Statistics as well. If you're doing predictive, diagnostic, or prescriptive analysis, that's going to be really key. And then last but not least, tools like Excel, Tableau, Looker, and Power BI. These are a lot of the hard skills that are really required for people to be successful in these roles. But with hard skills, you really have to have soft skills. And those skills that I think are really important, top 5, are business analysis. How do you understand how to analyze problems from a business or domain lens? The way you analyze a problem in the financial sector may be different than the way that you analyze a problem in the health sector, because the approaches may be different. How do you engage with stakeholders and communicate those approaches? How are you strategic in your communication? That is really critical to the success of how you deliver your solution. And the next one is ability to conduct research and analysis. So do you know how to Google? Can you research problems? And then last but not least, I'd say grit, because you need to get through the building and the coding ups and downs. It's going to happen. It's something that I dealt with early in my career. It's something that I deal with now in my career. There's always ups and downs, but how do you get through it and push yourself to the end goal?
Welcome to Company and Industry Research for Data Science. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain how to research a company you'll be interviewing with, recognize good sources for company and industry research, discuss how to conduct an informational interview. When you schedule a job interview, you may immediately begin wondering how you can prepare for a great interview. The best start is to learn as much as possible about the organization you're interviewing with and the industry you want to enter. The company's own website is a rich source of information for you. Some parts of the website will be particularly helpful, so pay attention to the following. History. In this section, you may find the company's origins and history, as well as its mission and vision statements. You can learn about the company's goals and culture here. Keywords. Read carefully through the website and notice repeating key words. The company's choice of words to describe what it does or what it represents can help you understand the image the company strives to project and maintain. You may want to use this language during your interview to show that you are in tune with the company. Careers. Looking at the other job listings will tell you where the company plans to expand, which says something about its priorities. Data. As a data scientist, pay close attention to quantitative information such as sales reports, number of customers, details about the scope of the work accomplished, or achievements. This may give you a clue about the tools the company uses to display information. The company's website is the most readily available source you can use to start your research, but it's not the only one. A little digging will pay off with lots of useful information. Check your local Chamber of Commerce or the Better Business Bureau website. Check social media. This is a good way to find current news about the company and what it's doing. You may also learn about the company culture. A web search may offer interesting information if the company has been featured in a publication or on the news. Look for companies and individuals in articles. You may even find information that makes you rethink getting involved with a company. LinkedIn can provide ample company information. If you know the name of your interviewer, look at their profile to learn about their professional background. Websites like Glassdoor let employees and customers post reviews about a company. Read several recent posts to learn about people's experiences with the company. You may even find interview reports, which may help you know what to expect. An informational interview can be an amazing resource. This is an informal meeting with someone working in a field that you want to pursue. It's not a job interview. Its purpose is to research careers. An informational interview can provide valuable tips and expert advice as you choose your career path. To find someone to interview, make a list of 3 to 5 companies that you would like to learn more about, preferably within your area. Use LinkedIn or another career network to identify professionals who work as data scientists at the company. You can also use a professional network or social media to find other data scientists. You can ask a teacher, professor, or even a friend to suggest people they know. Prepare a brief introduction and the purpose of your request to meet the person, and reach out by email, phone, LinkedIn, or another platform. When you meet your professional for the interview, allow the conversation to flow naturally. Be mindful that with each answer, the person may offer information you didn't expect, and be open. Take notes, especially of tips and expert advice. Keep track of time by checking halfway through your list of questions for how many minutes remain to stay within the agreed-upon time frame. Your list of questions should not require more than 30 minutes to answer. After the interview, review your notes and highlight any points you would like to do more research on. Make sure to send a thank you note to your interviewee. Stay in contact and make connections on LinkedIn or other platforms to continue expanding your network. There are lots of questions you could ask during your interview. Here are some ideas. Ask questions about the interviewee's history, such as, how did you become interested in the data scientist role? How did you prepare to enter the field? How did you begin your career? Ask about the interviewee's current role. What's a typical workday like for you? What do you like most about your work? What is one of your favorite projects that you have worked on? What is the most difficult challenge you've dealt with? What would you like to accomplish next in your career? Ask for career advice you can use. What related fields or career paths would you recommend I also look into? How do you stay current and learn new technology? What current issues and trends in the field should I be aware of? What are the most effective strategies for seeking a position in this field? In this video, you learned company websites are a good primary source of information about a company. Other sources can provide even more information about companies and interviews. A well-planned and carefully conducted informational interview can be a great asset to your search. When you do research before an important job interview, You will walk in with enough background knowledge to project confidence that will impress your interviewers and help you stand out among the other candidates. Welcome to Networking Online and Offline. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe how networking is important to your job search, list different ways to network online, explain how to meet other professionals for networking offline. Networking is essential. It will help you develop and improve your skill set, stay on top of the latest trends in your industry, keep a pulse on the job market, meet prospective mentors, partners, and clients, and gain access to the necessary resources that will foster your career development. The most common way now to search for jobs in technical fields is to go on job portals or professional networking sites. Many job portals are now available, such as Indeed, LinkedIn, Glassdoor, or Monster. These portals contain millions of listings and make it easier to connect with employers who are looking for your skills and experience. Moreover, job websites offer additional resources for job seekers, such as numerous articles on job search topics, as well as blog posts full of helpful tips. LinkedIn is the top professional social networking site, with 133 million users in the U.S. and more from 200 countries around the world. 87% of recruiters use LinkedIn as part of their candidate search. You should definitely make sure that your LinkedIn profile is always up to date. Highlight your previous experience in detail and be comprehensive about your current skills and objectives. Also, be sure to use the option to flag your profile as available for work, so potential employers and recruiters can find it easily. LinkedIn offers skill tests and colleague testimonials as well as other features, so spend time taking advantage of these. Here are a few other job sites to explore. Remember to check local, state, and federal job sites as well. Find out whether your state employment agency hosts a job site and job fairs. These can be valuable resources. For most job websites, you must create an account to be able to save job positions and search queries. You can also sign up for email alerts when new jobs are added in the fields you're interested in. Most of the sites use an applicant tracking system, ATS, which can make the job application process much easier to complete on the platform. It can also make it easier for recruiters to find candidates. It's a good idea to research your field's industry leaders directly to see if you want to seek jobs with them. A strong starting point is to find the company's website and look for a careers page. Look there for jobs that interest you and see if you can create a profile and upload a resume so that their recruiters can find you. They may have a position that hasn't been listed yet. While you're working on your internet search, don't forget to connect with people who work at the companies you're applying to. By networking with people who work at companies you're considering working for, you get a better feel for the company culture. Networking is not only about trading information, but also serves as an avenue to create long-term relationships with mutual benefits. Your new acquaintance may think of you when their team needs a new member. To learn more about professionals in your field, check their postings and profile on LinkedIn. Check bio pages on their company's websites, search for news items about their work, and contact them to ask for an informational interview. Whether you're a recent college graduate or a seasoned professional looking for a new opportunity, social media is a useful job search tool. Here are some ways to use social media effectively. Post about what kind of job you're looking for and that you're available. Find social media accounts of companies that interest you and follow them. Follow social media accounts of professional organizations in your field and follow leading professionals as well. Participate in discussions online with these companies and organizations and ask questions. One note of caution: be aware of your social media accounts when you're looking for work. In the modern job search, companies may look up candidates on social media, so make sure there's nothing that might embarrass you if a potential employer sees it. How can you meet other professionals to network with? Start by talking to your own friends and meeting their friends. To extend your circle outward, there are many options. Some ideas are: attend local meetups and interest groups in your industry. Check the data science topic at the meetup.com website to find them. Join professional organizations and attend their meetings and events. Brush up your skills with adult education classes. Go to conferences for professionals in your field. Volunteer for organizations that can use your skills. Wherever you go, speak to the people at the same events. Practice introducing yourself. Don't ask new acquaintances for job leads directly until you know them better. If you learn to network well, they may bring it up even before you do. In this video, you learned networking is a crucial way to find job leads. Online job boards offer many opportunities and resources. Social media is a powerful job search tool. Networking offline with other professionals is also important. Very often, getting a job is about who you know as much as what you know, so having someone to get you in the door can be a big benefit. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Building Your Network. In this video, experts will discuss how to build a network of contacts.
Go on Twitter, find the people, the leaders, the people who are interested in the particular topic and who are established in their career field, and they talk about this topic. Start following them, start liking their tweets, start replying, inject yourself in the conversation, ask questions, join certain groups, go on Stack Overflow and similar communities, try to join local meetups, go online and try to find some forums or Discord or Slack communities specific to the topic. LinkedIn is also a great resource. If you find that certain people are valuable when it comes to sharing their expertise and mentorship on particular topics, follow them, maybe message them. Don't ignore providing help as well to others. There are some people who may be even more junior than you, and they will have questions, and you can be there to assist as well.
Building a professional network is really important. May not be something that you've done before, but if you've got a LinkedIn profile, you've already started to do it. Really simple. Follow the guides on LinkedIn to get an all-star profile. Fill in all of the sections, put in your key skills, ask for recommendations, put in projects that you've worked on, and also try and make it interesting to look at. So if there's any videos, links, obviously that aren't going to get you in trouble for sharing, add them to your profile. It's really important to build a big network. It can really help when it comes to job seeking. Some of my advice is connect with recruiters, connect with previous colleagues, connect with managers. Start building out a network of people that are right and relevant to you. A quick tip when doing this, when you're sending invites to people, put a few words in there. Personalized invites just feel a whole lot more personal than just the generic LinkedIn message that gets spammed out to too many people nowadays.
The main way somebody could actually network the contacts is through actually creating a LinkedIn profile. I would say a LinkedIn profile is one of the best ways to get to know people and also have connections through LinkedIn, because recruiters look at this LinkedIn as an opportunity to get new qualified candidates for the positions of data science specifically. So doing that, for that, maybe creating a LinkedIn profile and then working with, there's a networking section there. Probably you can create, like you could ask people for references and also give references out for people. I mean, asking people references is very important so they can respond and say what you have done there and what you have done from a experience standpoint, and how that would actually make the recruiter look at your profile more carefully and make sure that you're aligned for the position they are trying to recruit. But also that you could be joining other meeting opportunities around what's called the meetups. And there are other organizations and conferences you could go to, and some other conferences like working with Gartner and going to see whether you could go to those conferences. You get to meet more people and network there too. So attending a lot of conferences along with, get together, attend professional get-togethers locally are very important for networking. So those are some of the things I would do or think about doing from a standpoint of people knowing you and understanding your profile so that you'll be more marketable when you apply to data science jobs.
So meetups is a good idea, hackathons, but for, let's say, more professional contacts, it's maybe meetups. What I also did, I just randomly pinged people on LinkedIn and asked for coffee. So it sometimes works, but maybe you have to send 10 to 20 requests out to get 1 or 2 responses or replies. But I had some coffees with some data scientists in large companies. So that's always good. Maker spaces, hacking labs, all that stuff is interesting. Just go out where those people meet, conferences and so on, and just be open and ask questions and then hunt them down on LinkedIn and maybe invite them to a coffee.
I would say as a job seeker, networking by going to events, especially in person, whether it's conferences, meetups, just group-wide events, networking events, those are all really good to understand who is in your network, who can you tap into in your network to really run ideas by, understand what they do. You never know if someone, you may need them now or 5 years from now. I built relationships by going out to different events and diversifying the events that I went to so that I could understand different industries as well. Some of the other ways to do this online, I would say definitely getting on Twitter, finding meetup groups. I used GroupMe and LinkedIn as well to meet people, talk about what I do, talk about what I enjoy doing, share resources, and people will come to you as well.
Welcome to Assessing Job Listings. After watching this video, you'll be able to dissect and read job listings critically, describe differences between FTE and contract positions, navigate company application policies, and recognize job listings that may be problematic. Most job listings you read will be divided into several sections. Each of the following contains important information: overview of the company and the role. This section provides a broad description of the job position and hiring company, responsibilities and tasks. This section outlines what the employee will be expected to do, as well as what they will be in charge of. It may also describe how the employee will function in the company and who they will work with. Requirements and qualifications. This is what the company is looking for in a candidate. It may include educational background, certifications, years of experience, and other hard and soft skills. Some will be listed as required and others preferred or optional. Ideally, you will have all the required qualifications and at least 50% of the preferred. Identify the requirements you're missing and consider other skills or experience you have that may compensate. One important thing to notice is whether a job is listed as full-time, also known as FTE, or contract, also known as other terms such as contingent or temporary. This refers to the tax status of the worker, not their working hours. Many contractors work full-time hours. However, FTE employees and contract employees often don't have the same working conditions and contractual terms of employment. Both have their benefits and drawbacks. The following identifies full-time or FTE employees. Can expect to continue working indefinitely. May be paid more regularly, either on salary or hourly. Must comply with different internal policies such as trainings and work procedures. Is entitled to receive company benefits and incentives. Usually has different legal rights regarding firing and labor practices, although this may not be true in some states. The following identifies contract or contingent workers. Work for a length of time specified in their contracts. Receive payment for services by hourly pay or by deliverables. May not receive training or only minimal training, as they are expected to begin work with needed skills. generally do not receive company benefits or incentives, usually may be fired and without cause or notice, and not be covered by certain workplace protections. If you decide to conduct a job search using a website, pay close attention to the instructions in each job posting you review. Companies each have specific job application processes, and you can disqualify your application by not following them. Many companies use job searching websites to get their job listings viewed by more potential candidates, but then choose to receive applications through their company websites. Usually, these require job candidates to fill out online forms and include supporting documents through the company's website. Other employers provide an email address or telephone number and have applicants contact a specific person or team to process their application. While most employers do not require a cover letter, some do. Some will also require a work sample, a link to a portfolio, screening questions, and skill assessments. The bottom line is this: make sure you have read and understand how you must submit a job application if you decide to apply to it. Just as employers review job applications and examine the candidate's qualifications to determine who is the best fit for their company, you can determine whether a company is a good fit for you before you submit a job application. Consider the following warning flags if you see them. Look for clarity in a job title, role, or description. A job title in a listing that is too general or a description that does not provide a clear idea of the position should raise concerns. How will you prepare a job application for a position with unclear or vague specifications? Will you have unclear role boundaries if you get the job? Additionally, unnecessary jargon, acronyms, and other unclear language should not appear in a job posting. The overuse of such language shows that a company may not communicate effectively with employees and applicants. Some other warning flags include unrealistic expectations. Some job listings may be unclear about the role. This may indicate that the company does not understand the position or that they will exploit new hires and set them up for failure. Examples include entry-level jobs that have unrealistic requirements such as several years of experience, or jobs that require high-level function in too many areas of expertise. Evident biases or prejudice. Companies that create job listings that include any form of language explicitly excluding or stating a preference for a group of candidates based on personal traits should not be considered. These personal traits include race, religion, gender, age, orientation, marital status, nationality, parental status, military status, appearance, and abilities irrelevant to the job description. In this video, you learned job listings have different sections that can help you assess your qualifications. Full-time and contract positions have different characteristics. Carefully following each company's application processes improves your chance of success. Some listings contain red flags that could make you reconsider applying to a company. Every hiring company should aim to make a job posting clear and inviting, especially for qualified candidates. The screening, selection, interviewing, and hiring processes should be executed with intention and follow a transparent series of steps. A company's jobs listings are their chance to create a first impression, and they can be your first indication about the culture and competence of that company. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, a closer look at job listings. In this video, experts will share how to recognize a good job listing and features that should make job seekers cautious.
I've read the job postings for my team, and I can tell you that generally speaking, I try to avoid making a laundry list of skills that I want from a candidate, because that will only scare away most candidates. So you'll end up with a very restricted pool of overconfident candidates, and it's not a great way of selecting the best person for the job. Instead, I think that in general, you're better off trying to capture the spirit of the kind of candidate that you want, the kind of developers that you want. Make a very short list of skills that they really need to have, as opposed to a major wish list. I also want to make sure that in the job posting, I'm not just saying what I want from the candidate, but also tell them what we offer. So what can we give them? What kind of experience we give them? How will they grow as developers?
So usually the descriptions are a little broader. So people tend to put in a list of technologies they require people to have skills on. But in my opinion, you can basically learn anything if you have a good foundation. For example, if you know, Apache Spark SQL, you can easily learn HBase or Hive or Impala or something. Same if you have experience in TensorFlow, it's usually not a big deal to learn PyTorch then.
For an entry-level data scientist, usually you need to have at least a strong background in data science, data analysis, and data visualization. But for people who are, and then some amount of coding in Python and SQL will be helpful. But for senior and principal data scientists, understanding the business problem, having create a roadmap of solving the problem, and identify and say what are some of the important ways we can solve the problem, figuring out what kind of a methodology should be used. I would say that depending on the role, I think we should see the responses for this particular question would be different. But I would say overall, I think I would say that the position description should match. The resume, the LinkedIn, and the position description all be lined up, irrespective of the position what you're applying for.
A very good job description shares expectations in the role, such as what you'll learn, what upward mobility looks like. You might also see salary, of course, with the way that the market is moving. It also has who you'll be reporting to. There are some features in job descriptions that I definitely steer away from. If it has very little training, they want you to hit the ground running. We're a fast-paced team. Sometimes that could scare someone away. If there's no salary listed and or a big list of requirements that cover multiple roles, I've seen data engineering typical requirements listed in a data scientist job description. I've seen machine learning engineer requirements in a data scientist job description. If you see a big, huge list of requirements and you realize that this is what a data engineer does, or a business analyst, or data visualization engineer, that might be a red flag that they want you to be a full stack or someone that does everything. And the organization hasn't really refined and defined what they want this person to do.
Welcome to Interview Rehearsal. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain why it's important to rehearse for job interviews, describe types of material to develop and prepare for an interview, and rehearse verbal components of an interview effectively. While you're applying for jobs, you can also begin to prepare for interviews. You don't need to have an interview scheduled to begin preparing. It's always helpful to have some groundwork done so that when you schedule an interview, you'll be ready to go. One of the best ways to prepare is to rehearse what you will say and do. Many people neglect this step, but it can make a big difference in making a great impression. If you're well prepared for your interview, you've gathered all kinds of information. This would be enough if you were able to submit a research paper to your interviewers, but instead, you'll have to tell them your answers verbally. There's a lot of difference between knowing information and being able to smoothly present it. You can bridge that gap by rehearsing your delivery and presentation. This is important for interviewing and also a soft skill that you will use in almost any role. To recap, an elevator pitch is a brief introduction of yourself and your goals. Essentially, it should be about 3 or 4 sentences that include your name and title, your recent experience, and what you're currently looking for in a job. This is useful for networking and answering questions like, "Tell us about yourself." For example, you might say, "My name is Angela Menendez, and I'm a data scientist. For the past 2 years, I've worked in an entry-level role helping derive business insights from data using established models at an e-commerce company. I would eventually like to move into designing machine learning models, and I'm looking for a mid-level position with opportunities to work toward that goal. Once you've composed an elevator pitch, memorize it, and then practice saying it until it comes naturally. The easier it is for you to bring up and speak your elevator pitch, the more useful it will be to you. Look up some common interview questions and prepare answers for them. Every interview will have specific questions, but there are some questions that many interviewers use. These might include, why did you choose this field and why are you interested in this job? Tell us about a time you solved a problem on a project and how you did it. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? You can find discussions of common interview questions on many websites. Research the questions and then think about your own original answers to these questions. Don't forget that your own resume can be a good tool to trigger your memories of the skills you've used in the past and the tasks that you've worked on. Most interviews will include an opportunity for you to ask questions. Rather than relying on whatever you think of in the moment, prepare some questions ahead of time. Remember that interviewing is a two-way street and include the following. Use your notes from researching the company and people to customize your questions. Ask about the product, the company structure, recent news releases, and so on. Ask questions related to your career plans and work style, such as whether the team works closely or independently, or about the promotion path from this role. When you've composed your questions, practice asking them aloud. The more comfortable you can get with this, the easier it will be for you to really hear the answers and respond. When you've prepared your questions, answers, and your elevator pitch, rehearse them all. Spend time reading them aloud, then paraphrasing them. It's not necessary to memorize all of this, but practice until you feel very comfortable speaking from your notes. Watch yourself in a mirror to see whether you have nervous habits and so that you learn to make eye contact. Record yourself and watch or listen to see how you might sound to others. Doing the work to rehearse is like a secret weapon in the interview process. So many candidates don't bother with this step that rehearsing will give you a real advantage in confidence and poise. When you feel comfortable with your performance, enlist a friend to help you practice. Ask them to hold a mock interview with you, where they ask you some interview questions so that you can rehearse verbalizing your answers. This is a big help in making your answers sound natural and in helping you to be able to think of your answers when you're under the stress of a real interview. If you feel comfortable, allow your friend to ask you questions you haven't researched already to practice coming up with answers quickly. You can also practice asking the questions you plan to ask during the interview so that you're comfortable with the wording. In this video, you learned rehearsal before an interview can help you become comfortable with presenting yourself. It's helpful to practice an elevator pitch as well as answers to common questions and questions you want to ask. There are many techniques to enhance your rehearsal, including conducting a mock interview. Taking time to rehearse and prepare yourself is well worth the effort. It takes some of the stress out of interviewing and will really help you stand out from the other candidates. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Job Interview Preparation. In this video, experts will tell you the most important ways to prepare for a job interview.
It's really obvious as an interviewer when someone hasn't prepared. Now, I'm not talking reading War and Peace and researching absolutely everything about the company and the individual, but at least take a look at the LinkedIn profile of the person that's interviewing you. Have a look at some latest press releases, perhaps a company report, and come with some relevant questions and criteria to ask the business as well.
If you ask me what is the best way to prepare for a job interview, I would say investing time in understanding two things. The first is the company that you're interviewing for. You're inevitably going to get some variation of the question of why this company? And so being able to answer that question truthfully is really important. And so being able to go online and figure out like what is going on within this company's space, as well as any recent announcements, is one way to signal that you're not just spraying and praying your job applications. The second is doing some research to understand who's the person that is going to be interviewing you. So if you're being interviewed by a senior manager for the team that you're joining, it's very likely that they'll focus on more high-level behavioral skills. So asking you about your previous job or any type of conflict situations, whereas someone that is, say, a immediate peer to you, so a data scientist, they might ask you more technical questions, and based on their background, you can sort of gauge what sort of questions you'll get. So if someone has a PhD in machine learning and their role is a machine learning engineer, then you can expect to have a very machine learning heavy interview.
So basically, you should understand that I would start off looking at my resume, the job description, and the LinkedIn profile. Make sure that all these lined up and you know what you ought to be prepared for, because initially people do look at what you have done and based on that they will look and see what kind of experiences you bring to the table. So understanding that your profile should be all lined up, LinkedIn, resume, and the job description would be a great start. And then understanding what the job description does and how do you prepare for it is all the thing you should be doing that over time and in getting ready for the interview.
When preparing for a job, I highly recommend making sure that you research the company. I like to look at company reports that they put out, especially SEC reports, because it gives so much insight into what the company is putting funding into, what they're doing, what they're building, what they want their investors to know. When you're in an interview, what can really show that you're unprepared is a lack of understanding of what the company or specifically that team is doing, and it shows just a lack of research and into the organization. You want to make sure that your questions are really thoughtful, not just necessarily, well, how did you get your job? That sounds very different than, well, I researched your role and checked out some of your work and experience, and I noticed that you pivoted from public sector. How did you land this opportunity with the Insights and Impact team as a leader at a fintech company? For me personally, what's also worked very well is mock interviews, because they've helped me be less scripted.
You cannot prepare for a job interview one day before. This has to be done in 2 or 3 years. So you have to build up your experience, your knowledge, so your theoretical foundation and your practical experience. And then the preparation of the interview is just addressing the specific requirements and make sure that you are like up to date on those. No?
Welcome to overview of the interview process. After watching this video, you'll be able to identify the factors that affect the interview process, list some of the common steps of an interview process, and describe what you can expect in different stages of interviewing. Each job interview is unique. Several factors can make the interview process very different, even within the same company. These factors include the size of the company and the company culture, the size of the working team or department, the number of positions to be filled, and the type of position. An interview at a large company will often be very different from an interview at a small company, and the interview process for an entry-level position will be different from a lead or a higher-level position. This is good to remember when you try to anticipate what to expect. After you apply and are accepted as a candidate for a position, job interviews typically follow a pattern of steps. Let's look at one common pattern. If a company is interested in a candidate for a technical position, they will often give a code challenge or technical test to complete. Code challenges for data scientist candidates usually involve the application of both SQL and Python to solve machine learning problems. This is the first chance a candidate will have to show their skills. For a technical role, it's crucial for a company to make sure a candidate has the necessary abilities to perform the job. Usually, a candidate will have to do well on these screens to proceed further. The next stage of the interview process involves a few different types of interviews. In a team interview, the candidate may speak with a team leader or project manager and possibly other team members to see if they can work together well and the candidate understands the role. Human resource screens usually focus on the company's definition of a role and sometimes the company policies. A technical interview is often an expansion on the initial technical screens, in which a candidate may discuss skills in more depth and discuss the technical aspects of the job. Candidates may complete any number of these screens. If a candidate does well in the previous steps, they may be given a final interview. In the final interview, the candidate may meet higher-level managers and will likely talk in more depth and detail about the role. They may be asked more situational and behavioral questions and have one last chance to ask any questions to clarify the role and understand the company. After this, the company will decide whether or not to make an offer. In this video, you learned that many factors can affect an interview process. Many interview processes have first round, second round, and final interviews. Each round of interviews has some predictable features to prepare for. Remember, every employer has a particular way of conducting job interviews. You will learn more about how to prepare for your interviews in other lessons. Regardless of the order and stages involved in the interview process, be prepared to understand the process and what you can do to make the best impression. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, a typical interview cycle. In this video, experts will describe a typical interview cycle for data science candidates. They will also give advice on making a good first impression.
Okay, it's a casual thing, but often the companies require you to solve a problem. So you are given a task which you have to fix in an hour, or which you have to solve in an hour, or a set of questions you have to answer, or some live coding. I also had to do live coding, so I had to fix a program and find bugs and so on. So be prepared for those things.
How can a candidate make a good impression in terms of self-presentation, attitude, and body language?
When you go into an interview, you definitely want to be very energetic, I'd say. Everyone interviews and the interviewers don't even, they may not have high energy, but you want to go in with high energy. So you want to make sure that you have an energy level that shows that you really are interested in this role. Some other non-skill based attributes that I'd say I look for in candidates are, what is the effort that you're putting into solving a problem, the effort that you're putting into approaching the solution, thinking outside the box? What is your attitude about this interview? Are you excited about it? Are you excited about the prospect of it? And during the interview, if I go down a rabbit hole with some questions and I'm thinking about different solutions and we're experimenting and thinking through things, are you coachable? Will you take feedback? That is something that's also really important during that interview. But candidates should also avoid saying, I don't know, this sounds like I give up. So if you say, I don't know, make sure you share any of the reasoning or context behind why you don't know. Because just saying, I don't know shows that, maybe there's a lack of understanding. But if you share reasoning or context behind it, it lets the interviewer know that maybe you don't recall this off the top of your head, or maybe you haven't worked in this space, but you have a process to solve that problem if you were approached with it. And especially when you are coding, never get flustered when you code, because executing some code, especially when something goes wrong, happens in the real world. Colons are really tricky to work with, but talk out loud. Sometimes your interviewer will also give you hints.
Interviews are about a first impression, and you want to make sure you give your best first impression. So during the interview, just think about how distracting it is when I'm tapping my foot as we're talking. That's what an interviewer has to deal with, and it can be really distracting. It's also important that you think about how you say things and what you're doing. So think about the tone of voice, think about what you're doing with your hands.
So whenever you apply for a job, I would say that you should be very, very serious. So in general, I think you would really, really work hard and understand your resume, your LinkedIn profile, so that they both are aligned. And then you're very serious and you go through the resume and understand how the resume is closely aligned to your job description and work on it. And if you're very serious about getting this job, I think you should have a positive body language as well as a really positive attitude and have extremely good communication skills so that you are showing that how well you can market for getting this job description.
So I would just say, relax, be yourself, be brave, don't act, just be yourself and be honest. No, if you don't know something, tell them that you don't know something. Don't start hand waving, just tell them you don't know it and don't waste time of anybody and just go to the next question. Or if you feel you have an idea of what the answer could be, so you can say, I don't know, but I guess, or I would solve this in the following way, blah, blah, blah. That's also a good solution to the problem.
In this interview, Cindy has applied for the position of data scientist. The interviewer is Antonio Cangiano, a skills network engineering manager and AI specialist at IBM. Please note that, like in any interview, not all answers may be correct, but focus on how the interviewee chose to answer the questions.
Nice to meet you, Cindy. My name is Antonio Cangiano, and I'm a manager here at IBM. If you were to be hired for this position, I would be your manager. Why don't we get started maybe with you introducing yourself and maybe telling me a little bit about how you got started with data science?
Yeah, for sure. So my name is Cindy, and I've currently just finished third year at the University of Toronto studying data science. How did I get into this field? It's quite interesting because I used to have no experience in the field. However, after an internship, I think 2 summers ago, I was in charge of developing a classification regression tree. And that really introduced me to the idea of machine learning and data science. And I was also introduced to different types of data visualizations. And it was very interesting because I really wanted to use my knowledge in this field using the combination of statistics and computer science to actually improve user experience for a certain product or a certain service.
Awesome. So Cindy, R and Python are two of the most popular languages for data science. Why would I use one over the other?
So there's quite a difference between the two programming languages. In my opinion, R is, it stands stronger in statistical modeling. For example, if you were to implement different types of simulations for different theoretical statistics, for example, Monte Carlo, or calculating standard error using jackknife estimators. And also, after doing several projects in R, I realized that it's also great for data visualization specifically, because packages like ggplot and plotly make it very easy for the user to implement different types of graphs and using like a very readable way. On the other hand, Python is, I think it's not as specialized or especially for statistics. It's more general in that you can do a lot more things with it. With respect to data science, I think it stands strong in machine learning and deep learning. For example, packages like sklearn or Keras and TensorFlow and PyTorch, they have been developed mainly for Python rather than other programming languages. And so it's very easy for the user to implement different types of models and experiment with them because the functions are often commonly shared between different models, and you can change only a few parameters while experimenting with a lot of different models.
Awesome. So you mentioned some of the plots that you can do in R. Do you know what a box plot is?
Yeah, for sure. So a box plot is essentially the main visual is a box, and it usually demonstrates the different quantiles of the data. For example, if you were to have the data, for example, if you were to have a specific feature such as price, it would show the through different lines the 50% quantile price, such the median, and also several potential outliers through different points on the top and bottom.
Very good. Okay, so do you know the difference between supervised and unsupervised learning?
Yeah, so the main difference is that supervised learning uses labeled data, whereas unsupervised does not have any sort of data. For example, a classic example of supervised learning is classification tree, in that, for example, if you're trying to predict a specific target, such as the price of something, then you would use different types of features and build a model with the goal of predicting price. On the other hand, unsupervised learning is mainly used for discovering unknown features in the data set. So you would not have such a target, and you would try to group your data points into different clusters, such as in k-means.
I'm going to give you a little bit of a case scenario. Imagine that you have a model that has 90% accuracy on training, on your training set, but only 50% accuracy on your test set. What do you think is the problem?
I believe that the problem is that the model is overfitting on the training set, and several potential causes of this is either an overly high proportion of the data set assigned to be used for training, or it could be that we have simply the wrong hyperparameters. And there are several ways to solve this. For example, you could adjust the proportion of training set and test set, or you could also assign a separate section of the data set just for validation so that you can tune the hyperparameters for the model.
Okay. What are the dangers of underfitting?
The dangers of underfitting is that the model is not able to learn, take full advantage of the training set to learn features of this data set. And as a result, it could cause the model to be, it could perform poorly on the training set, and it is often not possible for it to perform well on the test set either because it has not learned anything.
So what metric would you use to evaluate an unbalanced data set for classification if false negatives didn't matter?
False negatives didn't matter. I think that in that case, if that means that we would try to find metrics related to the positives. Is that correct?
Precision.
Okay. Okay. So precision would be that we'd want to find the percentage of all the data points classified as positive, and try to determine how many of those are truly positive. And I think that would be one of the good metrics to consider. We could also consider a metric called recall, which is also referred to as sensitivity, I think. Which calculates the number of correctly classified positive values. And I think in both, there's also one other metric that combines the two in case we want to look for a balance. It's called the F-score, and I think that would be also a good approach if we would try to evaluate the performance of a model.
Yes, I mean, specifically in the case of if false negatives didn't matter, precision is the main one. But very good that you mentioned other alternatives as well.
This interview continues in Data Science Mock Interview Part 2. We will now continue with a job interview where Cindy has applied for the position of data scientist. The interviewer is Antonio Cangiano, a skills network engineering manager and AI specialist at IBM. Please note that, like in any interview, not all answers may be correct, but focus on how the interviewee chose to answer the questions.
So range regression and linear regression are two very popular types of regressions. Can you tell me a little bit about the difference between the two?
Yeah, I think I can. So rich regression comes with a penalty term that calculates the sum of squares of the penalty term is the sum of squares of the coefficients in a linear function. Mm-hmm. However, linear regression, on the other hand, does not come with that, and as a result, I think ridge regression tends to it's less vulnerable to random noise in the data set, so it prevents overfitting, whereas linear regression might not have this capability.
Yeah. And what is the implication for cost on training data?
Cost on training data? I'm not entirely sure.
That's okay. We can move on to the next question. Nobody knows all the answers.
Yeah, but I do think that, my educated guess would be that the cost of linear regression would be lower because you don't have to always consider the penalty term, and it can sometimes that penalty term can cause the function to keep on training until it finally reaches a point where there's no more penalty, whereas linear regression, it does not need to consider that, so it could potentially be faster.
Now imagine that you have a model that always outputs the number 4, exactly the number 4. Mm-hmm. What would be the variance?
So variance represents how well the function has been modeled based on the training set. And in this case, I believe that since the model always outputs 4, it would mean that the variance is 0 because it doesn't depend on the training set at all.
Okay, so now let's say that you have a linear system of 3 equations and 2 unknowns. How would you approximately solve the system?
So to begin, a linear system with 3 equations and 2 unknowns means that the system is overdetermined, meaning that potentially we have equations potentially we don't have an exact solution to the system of linear equations. And to approximately solve this, we could calculate something called least squares, and this would be helpful. This essentially tries to find for example, if we have an equation ax equals b, we try to find the solution to x that minimizes the difference between ax and b. And that would help us approximate a solution for x.
So could you tell me a little bit about a project that you're very proud of?
Yeah. So this past semester, I was working with 3 other students for a statistics course to predict to determine if the company whose data we've received has racist devices. And that was a project that I'm very proud of because we were only given like a very big question, such as, are our devices racist or discriminatory towards certain populations? And we had to determine which variables to look at, but also what kind of models to use. And it was a whole process of trying to decide as a group and discuss different potential approaches to the problem. And yeah, that was really rewarding because often as an individual, perhaps I only have one approach to certain things, but hearing other people's opinions, it was in a way, it opened up my perspective and found out different ways that are potentially more effective to approach a certain problem.
And what was your individual contribution in trying to determine bias in these devices?
So for this project, I was mainly in charge of data cleaning and wrangling and also feature engineering. For example, first this data was not directly given to us in an easy format, not like in a CSV file.
That's usually the case.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we didn't have, so we had to extract the data from using their API, and also try to convert it into a format that was easy for my groupmates to use for modeling. And I also, based on the question, I also had to think about what kind of features would be useful for my teammate to use in analyzing or feeding into the model.
This interview will conclude the Data Science Mock Interview, Part 3. This video completes the job interview where Cindy has applied for the position of data scientist. The interviewer is Antonio Canjano, a skills network engineering manager and AI specialist at IBM. Please note that, like in any interview, not all answers may be correct, but focus on how the interviewee chose to answer the questions.
Were there some challenges or things that you felt were kind of hard to solve?
As in technical challenges or
Yeah.
technical challenges? I think overall the project was very the level of it was all things that we learned in class, so I don't think I encountered any problems in coding per se.
Yep.
But I think a more challenging aspect of it was actually the preliminary stage of trying to determine what exactly in the data was useful for us and what can we omit, as well as determine what problems there are with the data. To, for example, should we be dropping this variable? Or, for example, are these two features correlated? And how should we deal with them? I think that was the main challenge for me.
Okay. And did you use Python for this project?
I used R, actually.
R, okay. Yeah. And any specific library that you can remember?
Specific libraries? We used tidyverse for data cleaning, and also ggplot was very helpful for helping us visualize the different variables. Yeah.
Awesome. So Cindy, are you familiar with SQL?
Yeah, I've taken a class on SQL.
Okay. Would you be able to tell me the difference between inner and outer join?
For sure. So inner join involves between two data sets, and involves taking the intersection of them. So you would often you would never have any missing values if there are no missing values in either data set. Whereas outer join, you take the union of the two. So sometimes it's potential that there could be missing values if one data set does not have certain values for a feature.
Okay, and as a follow-up question, let's say I'm returning a lot of results. I'm getting 300 rows.
Okay.
And I'm only interested in the first 10.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of clause can I use to only retrieve 10 records?
I believe there is a function called either head or max, and it returns and then you can specify the number of observations you want to return.
It's a little dependent on the specific database management system that you're using, but quite often the keyword that we're looking for is limit. So you would append a limit 10 and get only 10 results, for example.
Okay, I see.
So Cindy, what are some of your favorite data science tools that you used in the past?
So two of my favorites are RStudio and Watson Studio. For RStudio, it's specifically made for R, and it was although sometimes it can be very slow, but it's easy to use in that it often it offers a lot of different functions. For example, you're able to preview your document within the IDE itself, but also you're able to look at different functions without having to Google search on Stack Exchange, for example, and actually find all the parameters you need to solve a specific problem. And lastly, data visualization is very easy in RStudio because you can view it in the notebook directly without having different windows popping up. As for Watson Studio, I find it very useful for collaborating with other people, especially those who don't have experience with Git or creating different types of repos, because we're able to kind of code live. We're able to share the same document and edit the same code live without having to go through different processes and problems with Git merging and such. Yeah.
Excellent. Full disclosure, you earned a few brownie points for mentioning Watson Studio.
Nice. That's good to hear.
So Cindy, thank you very much for your time. As you know, we're still interviewing. And I think that we'll most likely invite you to a second interview. The second interview is a soft skill interview. It's very easy, low-key. You don't have to worry about it. And that interview is with myself and my manager. And the real purpose of that interview is really mostly to determine a little bit about your past experiences, your ambitions, but really an opportunity for you to learn more about what we do as a team, as well as having the ability to ask some questions, since during this short interview, there wasn't really much time for you to ask questions.
Okay, that's really great to hear. Thank you so much for the opportunity and for taking time to be here too.
Likewise, thank you.
This interview will conclude the Data Science Mock Interview Part 3. In this video, Antonio, Cindy, and Michelle review their experiences in the interview.
I felt that the interview went quite well. Cindy came quite prepared from a technical standpoint. Her communication style was very good on point. She was also very warm, welcoming. Just the style of communication indicated that she would be someone extremely pleasant to work with, which is always important and a consideration as a hiring manager. In terms of technical knowledge, she got most of her questions right. There were a couple of questions that she was not too familiar with, or the answers were a little shaky. What is the implication for cost on training data?
Cost on training data. I'm not entirely sure.
That's okay. We can move on to the next question. Nobody knows all the answers anyway. But that's normal. We never expect candidates to have the answer to all the questions. Nobody knows all the answers. So overall, I would say that I was quite impressed. And I can tell even before going to the second interview that, well, first, that there is going to be a second interview. And second, that we're very likely to hire her.
I think the interview went pretty well. I don't want to be too hopeful or too, I guess, proud of myself, but I think I prepared for the interview pretty well. And the interview questions were really fair in that they cover different fields in machine learning and data science. So I was able to, they kind of align with what I prepared for, which was great. Although I do think some of the questions I didn't answer as well as I hoped to, whether it's because I'm nervous or because I forgot to review that part before the interview. But I think even so, Antonio was very compassionate, and he was always saying like, oh, it's okay if you don't know this, it's all right. In the case of Michelle, her resume was really well tailored for the job. She showcased all the experiences and skills that were relevant to what I put in the job. Her cover letter was also very professional, very well phrased. So I felt that she was really open for this job. She was very eager to get this job. And so she showcased all the skills that she has that make her a good fit for the job.
I think it went well. Generally, I think Antonio was very friendly. He was inviting, and I think generally I prepared very well. So there were questions I knew, but I think even when I didn't know the answer to a question or I wasn't sure, he was very friendly and helping. In terms of the actual content, it did relate to the role, to the job description.
In this video, Antonio and Cindy review their experiences in the interview and give advice about the interview process.
So whenever we have a data scientist position, especially for interns, we tend to get up to 1,000 people applying. And so much so that we have to shut down the form so that we don't end up with 5,000 candidates and no way to review all the applicants. So it's always a challenge to narrow it down to let's say 100 resumes, and then schedule the interviews, and then ultimately ending up with 3 to 5 candidates depending on the positions that are available. In the case of Cindy, I would say that what she did right was she had a great resume that was tailored for the job. She noticed what were the requirements for the job, and she showcased all the experiences she had that were relevant.
So one thing you must know is that never use the same resume over and over again for different companies, because you would always want to look at what the company is looking for a certain job position and tailor your resume, as many of you have probably heard before. One technique I use is I keep a document of all my experiences and skills, and based on the job posting, I would try to find the most relevant experiences and projects to include to maximize my chance of hearing back from the company.
Her cover letter was very friendly, absolutely professional. It immediately gave me the impression that this student would be a great candidate. And she also connected on LinkedIn and sent me a message and asked a couple of questions. She expressed how interested she was in the job. So I immediately got the impression that this student was really a great fit for the job and very eager to start with the job. And it's not the only requirement. I mean, by any means, I've hired plenty of data scientists who didn't contact me on LinkedIn, obviously. But it gives you a little bit of an edge, and something that I would highly recommend to you. I was something that I would do with other hiring manager or recruiters, whoever contact you or whatever, because sometimes they are the recruiters that contact you. But even if you apply for a job, especially if you apply for a job, it's hard to stand out when you're one resume among 500. So what you want to do is try to connect with the hiring manager, try to connect with the recruiter, and message them. Ask them questions, express your intention to, trying to get a job, all of that.
I have two pieces of advice. The first one is networking is very important. Some of you might feel very shy or feel that people don't really want to talk to me if I don't know them, but that's not true, because a lot of people in the industry, especially, they're very willing to share their expertise in the area, and if you really show your passion, perhaps like in the end they would even refer you to a job or provide information about postings in their company as well. My second piece of advice is that you shouldn't limit yourself to college education, because university does not teach you enough. Sure, you learn a lot of theoretical concepts, but I find that many universities courses don't often teach you how to implement those theories in real life or in the industry.
And when I go through the process of reviewing all these resumes, if I already saw your name because we connected on LinkedIn, I already answered your questions, I already know how committed you are to getting this job, it does objectively gives you a little bit of an edge, because your name will be in the back of my mind, and when I recognize it in the resume, I'll pay a little bit more attention to it. So it gives you a little bit of an edge.
Because I realize that when it comes to job hunting, it's not just about what you know, like your knowledge, but it's also about who you know. When you actually get into personal contact with the person that's recruiting, you get to know not just more about the role itself, but also leave a good impression, and they have a higher chance of offering you an interview and get to know you more as well. So over the course of 3 to 4 months, I applied to approximately, maybe even over 100 positions. Even though data science is has high demand nowadays, but there's also a lot of competitors. So in the end, I only ended up getting around 5 interviews, and fortunately, IBM was one of them. LinkedIn was definitely the platform that I was looking on, because it often had a lot of job postings, but also there were a lot of influencers in the data science industry, or just in the tech industry in general, that share their experiences, and as well as different available positions on LinkedIn.
She also contacted me through LinkedIn, which is always a great thing. You always want to try to reach out to the hiring manager or recruiter for a certain position, because again, if you get 600 resumes We try to go through all of them, of course, but it's a little bit harder to stand out. But if I remember this person contact me through LinkedIn, expressed all their interest in the position, maybe they asked me a couple of questions about it, it's inevitable that their name will become a little bit more prominent in my mind. And when I evaluate resumes, I might give that person the opportunity. It's not the only way. Plenty of people that I hired in the past didn't contact me. But if you're trying to get a little bit of an edge, I would suggest that you do the same.
In this video, Antonio and his interviewees continue to describe their experiences and some best practices while being interviewed.
Well, I prepared for this interview like I would any other interview. The main thing to prepare for it was I looked at the job description and I figured out what I need to know. So if there were things I was unsure of, I would look it up. As well as I went over my resume and made sure that I was able to explain every point in thorough detail, and to make sure that I was refreshed on any skills. For example, if I had used a programming language a while ago, I would refresh myself on it. But I think the main thing was because I had the experience and the background knowledge that I knew off the top of my head, that also helped me prepare for the interview. I also did practice a little with practical programming questions.
I spent a lot of time writing up a so-called cheat sheet in a way of fundamental concepts and common interview questions for data science and machine learning. So before the interview, I would often look through that list and either with or without answers, and try to review each concept more thoroughly and explain to the mirror what that concept is and how I would answer. So I would say, competitors, you better watch out. I'm getting the job. So one of my most important strategies is looking into the mirror and actually practice answering certain questions. And then I realized that I actually kind of want to see, I don't just want to see real time what I look like, but I want to review later on and kind of remind myself of what I need to improve on. So I started using a phone to record myself while answering those questions. And that helped me not just realize, for example, my bad posture at the beginning and realizing that I had to fix that, as well as notice areas for improvement, and for example, how fast I talk when I'm nervous, and how much I stutter during the interview or when answering questions, and try to refine those reactions during the interview and help me better present myself.
So generally speaking, it's quite common not to know the answer to all the questions that you will be asked, especially because I tend to tailor the technical questions to the the technical knowledge that you have. So if I notice in the beginning that your knowledge is kind of lacking, I'm not going to ask you tough questions. But if you're answering all the questions like a textbook, absolutely amazing answers, then it becomes a little more fun and I can ask you really tough questions. It doesn't mean that if you don't know the answer, you don't get the job. It just means that I can afford to ask those questions because you show me that you're a very, very knowledgeable person, and I want to see where the limit is. That said, that means that virtually anyone will have some questions for which they don't have an answer. And so that means that the best approach in my mind is to essentially try to showcase your ability to reason about the problem. So assuming you have a little bit of an educated guess about the answer, even if you don't know the exact answer, you could say, I don't know for sure, or I don't know the answer, but I'm going to take an educated guess, and then give your reasoning.
Yeah, but I do think that, my educated guess would be that the cost of linear regression would be lower because you don't have to always consider the penalty term, and it can sometimes that penalty term can cause the function to keep on training until it finally reaches a point where there's no more penalty, whereas linear regression, it does not need to consider that. So it could potentially be faster.
So as long as you have a little bit of background and you're kind of in the ballpark of the answer, that will gain you brownie points. That will make you look better in the eye of the hiring manager or the interviewer. But if you're completely clueless about the answer and you just don't have the basic requirements to answer it, you don't have the fundamentals for it, don't try to fake it and give a completely wrong answer. Instead, it's much better to admit, I'm sorry, I'm not quite familiar with that, or I'm sorry, I don't quite know the answer to that.
As for arriving at the interview, always arrive early. At least 10 minutes or 15 minutes, because you never know, and always plan your trip too, because you never know what's going to go wrong while you get here, while on your way here, like maybe the bus was delayed. And also, arriving early is always better than arriving late, as it gives a good impression to the interviewer. I think in terms of clothing, it really depends on what the company's culture is like. For example, for this role specifically, at Skills Network Lab, I think that I kind of got the impression that the people were kind of like they're very fun, but also like we're not goofy. So to kind of determine what to dress, I know that, of course, first of all, I had to look clean.
Welcome to Coding Challenges in Data Science. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what a coding challenge or take-home quiz is, summarize the process of taking a coding challenge or take-home quiz. Recognize a typical coding challenge problem. If an interview process includes a coding challenge or take-home questions, it's likely to be one of the most important steps in the process. In a coding challenge, you work on a problem at home on your own time and then submit it to the interviewers for review. The coding challenge is intended to showcase your problem-solving and coding skills in a concrete way. The company will usually send you files to work with or a URL where you can work on a problem online. A coding challenge usually occurs after the initial screening phase, although it's sometimes the first step. For many data scientist roles, there may be both coding problems and technical take-home quizzes. A coding challenge for a data science candidate is generally a data science problem that may include topics like understanding the types and roles of variables in a data set, calculating descriptive and exploratory statistics to understand the variables in a data set, identifying the machine learning model that can be applied to the problem, and organizing and reporting results by presenting findings and including visualizations where appropriate. Coding projects for data scientists vary in scope and complexity based on seniority and job description. For lower-level positions, the test may be relatively simple, such as exploratory data analysis. The candidate should know basic skills, vocabulary, and procedures. They should also know how to produce summary statistics, charts, and visualizations. Higher-level projects might include more complex problems, such as building a regression model or a classification model, or forecasting using a time-dependent data set. Sometimes the coding challenge is directed and requirements clearly state where to download the data, whether to pre-process or not, and what kind of exploratory data analysis to perform. In this type of test, be careful to follow all directions correctly. For more experienced positions, the problem is explained, but no clear guidance is provided. In this case, you'll have to produce some parameters that are suitable for addressing project goals and objectives. Explain what assumptions you made and why you chose them, as well as how you approached and solved the problem. The interview team will provide you with project directions as well as a data set. Sometimes they may provide a small data set that is clean and stored in a comma-separated value (CSV) file format. In other situations, the project directions will tell you where to find a data set. The size and state of the data set may vary according to the level of the position, with higher level challenges given large data sets that may need cleaning or processing. The instructions for how to complete the challenge will usually be provided. Hopefully, the interview team will be clear about deliverables of the project as well as the deadline of the project. But if there's something you're not sure about, ask questions. Normally, a take-home quiz will have a short deadline, often about 40 minutes. Moreover, they're often given online, and you cannot pause or exit during the quiz. Nor can you pause or leave the page, so make sure you have enough time planned. Usually, a code challenge will have a firm deadline, but you'll be given more time to complete it, several hours up to a few days. When a company starts hiring for a position, they design or source a challenge based on the job description. Companies expect that once the candidate solves the challenge, they will not be sharing the problem and its results with other job seekers. Furthermore, they may have policies about who legally owns the work that you complete for a code challenge. All of these may be set out in a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, that you would be asked to sign. Let's discuss a sample coding challenge. The coding challenge will always start with instructions. For this challenge, the instructions are: Python language should be used to solve this coding challenge. Python library can be used to solve this challenge. After the instructions, a dataset is provided in the form of a downloadable link. After that, the problem to be solved is discussed. In this coding challenge, the candidate is trying to build a regressor that recommends the crew size for potential ship buyers. After the problem has been stated, its deliverables are discussed. The problem is detailed step by step, as in this example. Read the file in the data frame and display all columns. Calculate basic statistics of the variables NOx, age, and tax by determining the count, mean and median, and standard deviation. Examine the data and state whether there are outliers for these variables. Select columns that will probably be important to predict the median sale values of homes and drop the columns that you think are not required while clearly explaining the reason. Use one-hot encoding for categorical features. Divide the data set into testing and training sets. Use 60% of the data for training and the remainder for testing. Select the machine learning model and state the reason for selecting a particular model based on the problem. Build the machine learning model and calculate the Pearson correlation coefficient for the training and testing data sets. Some common questions may be asked, such as, can you describe how you will improve the accuracy of your model? Can you describe the process of tuning the hyperparameters? What is the regularization parameter in your model? And does your model have a bias or variance problem? Plot the regularization parameter value versus the Pearson correlation coefficient for the test and training sets to check. This is a relatively simple problem. Usually, these kinds of problems are for entry-level data scientist positions. The instructions are very clear and concise, so all you need to do is follow the instructions, generate your code, and then complete the required deliverables. The time allowed for this kind of problem is usually 24 to 72 hours. In this video, you learned coding challenges and take-home quizzes may be an important part of the interview process. Generally, you will be given clear instructions about how to solve the problems and a time limit. Coding challenge questions may be complex, and their complexity depends on the level and nature of the role. The take-home quiz or coding exercise provides an excellent opportunity for you to showcase your ability to work on a data science project and help the hiring team decide. If you take your time, follow directions, and do your best, it can be a real asset for your job search. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Case Study Insights. In this video, experts will give you examples of case study questions that a candidate might encounter during an interview.
I would say understand what business problem you're trying to understand, or study the hypothesis of the problem and get prepared for it. And ask a lot of good questions about the case to the business stakeholders, because the problem you're solving is for the business stakeholders to use. So what would be the end result? Have an end in mind when you solve the problems. And then understand what is the case study looking for, what is the target question you're addressing, and figure out a methodology to try to tackle the problem. And if you're working as for a machine learning problem, you would understand how do you construct the data set and follow the data transformations process, and then build machine learning models, and then train and deploy machine learning models. And finally, you have to say, how do you track and monitor the machine learning models so that they can be tracked and see how well they perform after they have been trained and validated and pushed to production. So some of these things I would follow and try to say, how would you apply some of the steps mentioned that I just now mentioned to the business problem and the case study, and that would be very, very helpful as such.
Case study questions can be very useful to determine whether a candidate has the right mindset or how they reason about things. My advice is to take your time, reason about them, don't rush, don't give the first answer that comes to mind. Just focus on really clarifying what the interviewer is asking. Asking some follow-up question to clarify will usually be a good indication that you're a great candidate, because when I give you a job to do, there will be certain requirements, and if you start asking me clarification, it's a good sign. It tells me that you're really ready to take on the job, rather than just blindly say, okay, thanks, and then you don't really know what to do because you didn't ask those questions. So it can be a good sign that you have follow-up questions to clarify the case study situation, and then before you actually tackle the question with your answer.
Some type of case study question is pretty standard within an interview. They can be across the board, but typically it's going to be business specific. So they're going to give you an example of, a client came to you and said that something that you gave them was wrong or past the deadline. How are you going to handle that? They're just going to ask you certain scenarios or certain situations and ask what you would do. What would you do in this scenario? That is what a case study question is going to ask you. And they can be very specific or they could be very ambiguous, and both kind of have their place. When I'm asking a case study question, I want to make sure that this person understands how to do some logical reasoning. They can make some basic assumptions. I'm really just looking to see what their logical process is to solve this problem. Are they making the correct assumptions? And then based off of those assumptions, are they taking the correct steps to solve it? Now, how do you actually answer a case study question? Typically, I like to think out loud throughout the entire process. So I try to make some verbal assumptions based off the case study that I was given and say, well, since this, then this, that's what we're assuming based off the information that we've been given. And then you go down the kind of that rabbit hole of here's where we're at, and based off of those things, here's where we can get to. And so walking through these things and making those assumptions is honestly one of the best things that you can do during the case study question.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Technical Screen Expectations. In this video, data science professionals will give you examples of what a candidate might see in technical screens, such as code challenges or take-home problems.
Building technical screens and taking technical screens are hard. It is not always examples of the day-to-day work that you're going to do, and it's a good indicator of if that organization knows what this candidate would be doing. But some great ways to prepare for a technical screen, because they may be on coding, they may be on statistics, they may be on experimentation. These technical screens can be very conceptual or execution focused, meaning you have to run code, or they may want you to just understand logically what you need to know how to do. You can work through typical analytics problems from end to end by clearly defining a problem statement and then solve it using fundamental data science competencies that really showcase that you understand data science at the level that they're looking for. What these interviews are really also assessing you on are your technical competencies in Python, SQL.
Yeah, it depends. So it could be a data set and you are just asked to find something out about this data set, either specific questions or more broader questions. So the Latter is a little more complicated, not because you need to have a little more experience to get a feel what information actually is hidden in the data. You can also be asked to improve an algorithm. Often you are asked to improve the performance of an algorithm, because in all these big data thingies, it's sometimes important to have awareness of how many CPU or GPU cycles you're actually burning for solving a specific task. You might also get a set of questions which are either very specific and mathematical, or also more coarse-grained. It's also depending on the position. If it's more architecture leader role, the questions are more coarse-grained and less specific. If it's more junior role, you can expect to have more specific and more mathematical-based questions.
If you are going towards a product-focused companies, you might have a product or analytical case, and it's focused on sense. How well is your product sense? You may also have data modeling and ETL skills in your interview as well. These type of interviews evaluate you on your ability to communicate too. So during the interviews, think out loud. Make sure that you can communicate your approach very clearly and you understand it.
Some of the important places where you can go and learn about coding or challenges in coding include LeetCode and Kaggle. There are good places to go and learn some of those screenings for technical screenings. Look at some of the examples, what people are given there. LeetCode is a good place for you to go and practice code, submit code, and learn about coding. So that is very, very, very important. So learning how to code using courses offered by IBM, especially around SQL and Python, and some of the aspects of how coding and integration of coding into machine learning algorithms are very, very critical for the technical screen, I would say, irrespective of the position applied, whether it's a data scientist, senior data scientist, or principal data scientist.
First and foremost, follow a process. Clarify your problem before you solve your problem. This helps the interviewer understand if you understand the problem that you were given. Take the time to structure your approach. Understand what inputs did you need, write them down, and communicate that with your interviewer. These let you know what functions, what operations do you need to get to the solution that you want, and explain them and why you chose to use them. This can also help you address any anomalies, any edge cases that exist, and outline them in your solution and what your solution may look like. Sometimes people choose to pseudocode during this process as well, but what you should be doing heavily is communicating your thoughts and providing insight to your process to your interviewer, because your interviewer can then follow you, help you provide tips or hints if you feel stuck or confused, because now your interviewer is really engaged with you and they understand what you're talking about. And then last but not least, I'd say talk through your approach to the problem and the solution that you develop. This helps showcase your communication and presentation skills. And then it helps you also gather all of your thoughts so that if you had an error during this process that now you recognize because you're thinking out loud and you're summarizing and talking about it, it's a good time to address that.
Welcome to Final Interview. After watching this video, you'll be able to prepare for a final interview, recognize typical interview questions, explain the STAR method for answering questions, and formulate questions to ask in an interview. If you have done well in the interview process so far, you may be asked back for a final interview. This is traditionally done live on-site, although currently many companies are opting for a virtual video interview. This is where you must differentiate yourself and make a case for how you will be the best fit for the role. A little preparation will help you show yourself to your best advantage. On the night before your interview, read through your resume and cover letter, review the job description, company, and any other notes you've made. Be sure you're familiar with everything that you have mentioned in your resume. Rehearse your elevator pitch and question answers. Plan your appearance ahead of time so your grooming and clothing are in top condition. Generally, you should wear professional attire for a job interview. For men, this might mean a suit jacket, slacks, and tie in some settings. Often, tech companies run a casual office, so do not dress too formally. For women, a blouse, dress pants, or a business dress is appropriate. You should avoid wearing anything bright or flashy that may be distracting. Your hair should be neat. Light makeup is optional. If your interview is virtual, you will still need to dress professionally for the camera. Test your equipment ahead of time to make sure your camera and microphone are functional and your internet connection is stable. Try to get a good night's sleep. When you wake up, have breakfast, coffee, and exercise if that's part of your routine. You want to make sure you're comfortable and alert. Dress and groom yourself so that you will look professional and at your best. If your interview is taking place on-site, plan the route that will take you to the location and your transportation. Calculate how much travel time you'll need, including traffic patterns, finding parking, and checking in at the building. Allow plenty of time to ensure that you are not late. A technical interview is often very different from any other job interview. Technical interviews typically include role-related technical questions, behavioral questions, and situational questions. There may also be hands-on problem-solving questions or even trick questions. Interviewers often begin with questions about your technical knowledge, skills, and experience. Show your ability to communicate technical concepts in an easy-to-understand manner and describe your work processes. Some technical interview questions have several possible answers. For these, explain your problem-solving process and make it clear that you understand multiple methods to reach a solution. Interviewers may ask situational questions and behavioral questions to learn more about how you will fit in with the project team and the company culture. They also want to know how you will approach work situations or solve problems. To effectively answer these questions, use the STAR method. The STAR method helps you explain how you handle specific work challenges in a simple yet powerful way. The STAR format stands for situation, task, action, and result. Situation, the project or challenge you faced. Task, your responsibility in the situation and what you specifically needed to solve. Action, the steps or procedure you followed to solve the problem and the decisions you made. And result, what happened after you acted, preferably in quantifiable terms. Here is a common situational question you can expect during a technical interview with an example of how to answer it with the STAR method. Can you tell us about the most recent project you worked on? I was on a team that was tasked with moving a database to a new server. Situation. I was in charge of increasing the query speed of the new deployment. Task. I employed a data optimizer, made sure the indexes were improved, and updated the software. Action. And this brought a 40% increase in query response time. Result. Interviewers may also ask behavioral interview questions. With these questions, the interviewer wants to find out how you would respond to certain workplace challenges that may arise. Here are a few behavioral interview questions. What would you do if you were asked to perform a task and weren't sure how to complete it? Tell me about a time when you went above and beyond your expected tasks while working on a project. And how would you overcome the challenge of working with a difficult coworker on a team project? If the interviewer asks a question and you need additional information to properly answer it, ask for more information. This will show the interviewer you aren't afraid to ask for clarification when you need it. At the end of your interview, you will be given a chance to ask the interviewer some questions. This is your chance to show how serious you are about the role and that you have done some homework. It's also a chance to see whether you will really want to step into this role at this company. Here are some questions that you can ask the interviewer. What's the next step in the interview hiring process? How long does your recruitment process usually take? What are the primary responsibilities of the position? What would my day-to-day routine look like if I got the job? And what can you tell me about the job apart from what was in the description? There are some questions that you should avoid, too. Here are some examples. How many holidays do you offer? Do you have long working hours? Do you have another open position? And what does the company do? Generally, it's best to avoid questions that make it look as though you are uninterested, careless, or ill-informed. It's also best not to ask very specific questions about compensation, although it's usually fine to ask about a range or pay scale and general questions about benefits. They're serious about considering you if you reach this point, so they should be willing to give you this information. However, it's not the time to negotiate it. You'll have a chance to consider if you get an offer. In this video, you learned that making sure you arrive at an interview prepared and at your best is a good idea. There are several types of questions you can expect at a final interview. Using the STAR method helps you give substantial answers to situational questions. And you can get important information by asking questions in an interview, but there are questions you should avoid. Final interviews can be stressful, but with the right preparation, you can put your best foot forward and make the case that you will be a great fit for the role and a positive addition to the team. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Interviewing. In this video, experts will describe how to be persuasive during an interview. They will also offer advice on answering and asking questions.
From an interview standpoint, I would say that, being serious, having a positive attitude, and very good body language. If you're doing virtual, you're fine. But if you're going into a office to do an interview, you should be very serious there. But have a passion for the job you're trying to do, right? If you want to be a data scientist, say why you should be a data scientist based on your past experience. What do you bring to the table, which would actually be a great contribution to the team as well as the overall organization, I would say. So having that mindset that your contribution and your overall outlook to the problem is very, very important. And selling that would be a great way to say that what can you contribute to make sure that you're successful in the role.
Can you give examples of behavioral questions that a candidate might encounter?
Behavioral interview questions can be tricky. You can often think they're trying to catch you out, but as an interviewer, we're not. We're trying to find out how you handled the situation and how you learned from it. A great question I love to answer is, tell me about a time you set a goal and you failed to meet the goal. How did you handle the situation? And what I'm looking for here is I'm not looking for someone to be perfect and they've never failed. We all fail. What I'm looking for is a situation, an example, some clarity as to what the situation and example was, why you failed, but also I'm looking for what you learned from that situation. How do you make sure that you don't do it again?
So in terms of behavioral, I think that these questions are asked just to make sure that there are no red flags. I would say that you should come prepared with a set of stories for every variation of a behavioral questions. For example, when is the time you had a conflict with someone, or walk me through a recent project you completed. Being able to have a rehearsed story that you've already practiced with your friends or colleagues or whoever else can really make the difference versus coming up with a story on the spot, because usually there will be follow-up questions, and if you haven't really thought through the story fully, you might come across as unpolished. And so it's important to rehearse your stories beforehand. I think in general, as long as you come across as authentic and confident in what you're saying, it's really hard to fail a behavioral interview, although there's always been examples, and I myself have tanked a behavioral interview or two, and a lot of it just comes down to nerves and not having practiced or rehearsed enough beforehand.
Well, for behavioral questions, there are no ideal ways of solving a behavioral question actually, but I would focus on the STAR method, which is where people a lot of times talk about addressing behavioral questions. That involves what is called the STAR method involves situation, task at hand, action taken, and what was the result. So following those 4 attributes is very, very important in understanding to solve behavioral problems. So overall, I would say responding to the STAR questions in a behavioral question of using the STAR format actually helps perform very well, respond very well, rather not perform, respond very well.
There are some classic questions that almost all interviewers ask. They will ask you about a situation where you had trouble with a certain problem and you couldn't get out of it. What would you do in that situation? Or if you had a conflict with a colleague, how would you resolve it? There's a series, and you can Google them really. You can literally go and search for behavioral questions, interview questions, and see what are some of the suggested answers. But in general, I would say just be yourself, be true to yourself. Say the truth. Say you had a conflict. Say how did you go about resolving it.
What kind of questions should a candidate ask during an interview? What questions are not appropriate?
Some really good questions to ask are, what does success look like in the first 6 months of this role? Why did the previous person move on from this role, or why did the role come around? On the flip side, please don't ask questions like, what's your company's sick policy? How much days annual leave can I take? These are questions that I have been asked in my years of interviewing, and you do kind of wonder, where were they coming from? They may be important, but it's not the best first impression to put forward.
So having some prepared questions that you like to ask is a good approach, in my opinion. And I would suggest that you keep the questions oriented towards the job, maybe the interviewer's experience. So asking questions about the team or their team members. Another common question is to ask for a breakdown of what the day-to-day life as a developer in the team works. Like, how does it work? What it looks like. Don't ask too personal questions, or don't ask questions that would clearly irritate someone. Like, don't ask questions that are intentionally confrontational, but don't make all the questions about, so what kind of benefits do I get? What's the vacation like? How does sick leave work? All those things. Don't focus too much on those, because they might send the wrong message.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Negotiations. Most candidates find it difficult or intimidating to negotiate an offer. In this video, experts will advise you on the best way to negotiate a job offer.
Negotiating an offer starts at the very start of the recruitment process and your application. Before you even apply, grab a bit of paper and write down your non-negotiables. Write down what's important and critical to you. Could it be salary, work location, working hours, flexibility, progression? It doesn't need to be any of those. It's what's important to you, and it's what do you not want to negotiate or compromise on. From that, you need to have those questions with your recruiter, with the hiring manager, with your interviewer. You need to have those conversations to identify if this is the one for you. Now, you should know most of the answers to those questions by the time you get to an offer. And the offer should be about, how much are you willing to trade off on some of those items? When you're speaking to recruiters, put your case forward. Talk about what it is that you're looking for, what's important to you. You may have to sell yourself again. Might not be an interview, but if you can put forward a really compelling case of, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can bring this. This is why I need to counter offer you, and I need to ask for 2,000 more, whatever it might be. But have conviction, think about what you're going to say, and go in armed and equipped with reasons as to why you are worth what it is you're putting yourself forward for.
I would say that you can go and see what the what's the range of salary you're looking for, and what's the range of salary for the position in the market, and what currently you make. So based on that, I would say maybe 10 to 15% above the range of what you make currently, maybe a good opportunity to negotiate a little bit around it. But I don't think there's a perfect answer for that. So overall, based on the job and the kinds of tasks you're doing will probably help you determine what's the kind of negotiation you can have based on the opportunity you've been provided.
It's absolutely no problem to negotiate an offer. I would just say, for example, if it's on salary, I would love to take this position, but the salary is a little on the low side. I know, or I feel my market price is higher in your offering. And what's the reason why you're offering under market price, for example, that you can ask, or if it's about home office thing, that's something which is important to me, not that I have a lot of home office. Often then the employer says, yeah, it's important that you come and network, and a lot of discussions on the in front of the coffee machine will happen and so on. And then you can maybe say, yeah, okay, I'm coming 2 or 3 times a week, or I'm scheduling regular coffees with everybody, and I'm doing virtual coffees, and I don't know what. So think of what is important to you. Maybe it's salary, maybe it's flexibility, maybe it's home office, maybe it's the type of work you're doing. And you shouldn't compromise too much on it, because you want to stay with the company for a couple of years. That's good for the company. That's good for you. So just make sure that all the settings are in the right place.
When it comes to negotiating an offer, my first advice is to have them make an offer in the first place. So have them make the offer and then counteract it. Generally speaking, negotiations is not great to be the first one putting a number out there. In general, I know it can be very confrontational, it can be very unnerving for someone, especially if you're not used to it. But my suggestion is also to not undervalue yourself. Come prepared, see what kind of position you're applying for, what do those jobs go for, given the level of experience that you have, given the technical skill required for the job. Do some research online, figure out what's the salary range that is given for the given position, and trying to figure out what is the bottom number that you would be willing to accept, and then make your offer like a little bit higher than the minimum that you would accept, because it's likely that will counteract with something else.